Hello. How do you do? How now, brown cow? Sorry, I'm being silly. She's why you treat your people? First of all, that's what I get for trying to be proactive because I said, you know what? I'm going to do a live and I'm going to pick a subject today, whatever day that was. I said, I'm going to pick a subject and I'm going to set the live up so it's already done. So I'm not hemming and hawing when the day comes. And then I called myself setting it, and it was at 6 a.m. and not p.m. First of all, y'all should know me better than that because y'all should know that I wasn't doing a goddamn thing at 6 a.m. but turning over. So that was on y'all. Hey, thank you. Yes, I said I'm gonna wash my hair and I'm going to. I had to put stuff in it, but I'm going to just let it be. You are, You came just as we started. That's amazing. Yes. And this is I was thinking about doing this last week, but I didn't feel like doing it. And so I said I want to do it this week. And it matches my shirt. And it matches, my outfit. I gotta sit up because the camera doesn't let you see all that. But yes, and this is one of my favorite things. I got this from a thrift store. It's like a new thrift store down here with a bunch of other really nice things that I got some exercise clothes a few weeks ago. But I love this shirt. It's sheer. See? But the colors just really, really pop. So I did that. And best part of all, I can do this. And everything matches. And I put my old earrings. I used to wear these earrings all the time. These were my earrings when I was for my beauty business I was doing. It went along with like the color scheme for that. So I miss these earrings. I love these earrings. Thank you. Yes, it's for summer. And my hair is a lot thinner than I would like it to be, but also like I've been cutting it and growing it and trimming it and everything like that because I'm still kind of figuring out my hair texture because like you see, so this part is just wavy and frizzy, and no matter how much product and stuff I put on it, the top part of my hair is wavy and frizzy, but the back part of my hair is always juicy and curly. So I don't know what's going on with that. And then like I've had breakage issues. At one point this was years ago, I was overdoing it with the rice water. So my hair was just breaking off every time I touched it. So it's like I just am in this space where I'm figuring out my actual head of hair and trying to figure out what's going on with it. And I mean, it's doing well, but like what I'm trying to optimize my particular head of hair. Sorry, it was getting caught in my side. So yeah, but I just wanted because it's hot, and I was like, I'm not going to try to press it out again or do any of that. I'm gonna just let it sit for a few days and then figure out what I'm going to do now. I'm probably honestly going to do like a quick weave or something because I've been feeling more inclined towards like fly girl hairstyles, like the really sculpted kind of perfect swoops and tendrils and all types of stuff. So I don't know. I'm thinking about just like braiding my hair up and doing a quick weave or something because I wanted everything. And I did look. I even got I got these little jewels from the dollar store, mind you, and I made little thingies. It's kind of anticlimactic because I want to do more, but also by the time I did these, I just was like, I don't feel like doing anything else. Like I literally don't feel like trying to do any other nail thing. Girl, and this was back in like I want to say 2017, anywhere between 2016 and 2018, and I was just using it every time I washed my hair. And so, and mind you, am I a cosmetologist? Yes, but I was just like, I do whatever to my hair. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I'm the type of person I would be so meticulous about how I do other people's hair, but I'll literally just do anything to my hair. Or I would before, because I haven't colored it. I'm not inclined to color it or anything about. And now we're in a place where I don't have to. There's so many like wigs and really nice options for me if I want to switch things up that I don't have to make permanent changes to my hair, but I'm just saying, like, I was the type of person, I'll chop it all off, I'll bleach it, I'll do whatever to my hair. I don't care. So I got that rice water stuff, and I was using it every time I washed my hair, and to the point where I gave myself protein overload. So my hair was literally just break every time I thought about my hair, it was just breaking off. So now we've moved past that. I'm loving that for a few years. Hey, Jiggly. So yeah, but that's what's going on. Hey, Mary. What else is going on? The weather is beautiful. The weather is really nice. Like, it's warm, like I want it to be, but it's also not too hot. And I love that it gets cooler at night, so that I'm not like, because I like fresh air, and I like to keep the window open. So I can keep the window open, but I don't feel like I'm suffocating. It's not too humid. It's not too hot. It's beautiful at night. So I'm loving that. What else? What else? What else? There's really not anything going on. Nothing I want to talk about anyway. Hey, Summer. I do rice water, but only once in a while. Why can't I see this? Why is this in a way? Only once in a while when I take out my braids. Yeah, it's definitely. She said I tried it once and never again. It's definitely. Oh no, yeah. They did say it was supposed to rain some, and I was thinking about that too when I saw it's supposed to rain. I'm like, why does it rain every single time I'm doing a live? So if shit mess up, it just mess up. But we move. You know how we do. The rice water twin was very hit and miss. My nibbling swears by it, though they're also hard. Listen. So I mean, everything. I was also a sucker for that Chevy, because that was around the same time. And there's this lady. What's her name? I probably got the thing in there somewhere, but I can't remember what it was. It's some lady on YouTube that shows you how to make like soaps and hair things and stuff. And she made this Chevy cream and this Chevy butter. And I remember I bought it from her. I bought that. I bought, it was this really popular edge control that I did like. That I bought around that time, and that didn't do nothing wrong with my hair. And then there was also this rice water, out of nondescript rice water stuff I bought from somebody, and that rice water fucked my hair up. It took me about a year to get right back to where it was supposed to. I use both as a spray. Yeah, I like the Chevy cream and the Chevy butter. I swear it's over here. I know I'm looking right at it. Here it goes. I knew it was over here. Yaya's Essentials. You see, it's down to the last. I haven't used it in so long. I got a little bit left though. But Yaya's Essentials, check her out because she makes, and she shows you how to make your own kind of creams and butters and oils and stuff. And I was like, if she already making it, I'll buy it. And I did very much, so like this. So you see, I still have just a little bit. But right now, what I have in my hair is. I have a combination of things. It's okay. I have there's an oil. I don't know. I had a friend that made her own hair oil. I used that like right after I washed my hair and everything. I used some Mazzani, is it called Refresh or something? Purifying. So this is the shampoo I use to, because when I have a bunch of stuff on my hair, which I did last time when I did my silk press, I had a bunch of like silicones and stuff on my hair. So I use this as a cleansing shampoo, and then I use the Moisture Max Aussie. I like it. I know not a lot of people like Aussie stuff. They think it's cheap, but it gets the job done for me. So I use the purifying to cleanse, like get all the gook off. Then I use the Aussie Moisture Max. Then I use my friend's oil. It's called Hair Gloss by Smoke and Beauty, but I don't know if she makes it anymore because I had it from years ago. Then I use a combination of this. This is some Eco Style Texture Edit Coily Moisture Smoothing Butter and a little bit of this. I have another tube of this. I love curly. I love curly pudding. I am a Miss Jessie snob. Any and all of the other curl stuff that people like to get, I locked in on this many, many years ago. This is what I love. I will always be a Miss Jessie's girl. I've seen the TGIN and I wouldn't mind using them. Yeah, I like Aussie. Now, mind you, I am starting to get to a point where I want to go back to using like more professional products because I'm just like, okay, I know, not I know better because there are some, and maybe we'll talk about that one day. There are some like cheaper products that just work, and like I said, for me, Aussie just works for me. I know that Aussie doesn't necessarily work for everybody, and truthfully and honestly, the reason I'm starting to get back into being more of a product snob is because my daughter's hair is more. She has a more discerning strand than I, and so I'm trying to figure out what's going on with her hair too because one day it just started breaking off like for no reason. It does get very dry, so I do need to, and that's on me too because I'm one of them people again because I don't give a fuck about I give a fuck about my hair, but you know what I mean. Like I don't be doing too much to my hair. Like I'll literally just put it in a bun or something and leave it alone and not care about it, or put it in some silly braids and not care about it, plop some wigs on because I know how to do my own hair. But I have to do more to my daughter's hair. I'm realizing like I have to do more to her hair because her hair will just be like, bitch, you don't love me. And it just break off. So I'm like, I'm getting more into using. That's why I wound up buying that Mazzani because I was like, let me get that Mazzani to strip her hair of whatever's on it first and then start over. So yeah, but I used this and then I used the Miss Jessie's curly pudding. And I also now typically my favorite cocktail, but I just haven't been able to buy any more of this yet, is I like to do this and this get me right every single motherfucking time. Because right now, this I'm noticing, like y'all can't see it, but see the gook. It's kind of like in my hair, you can see the buildup or whatever, and it's a little bit frizzier than I like it to be. I like it to start off more defined and less frizzy because y'all know if you wear your natural hair after days go on, it'll start poofing up and frizzing up more. But I like my hair to be big anyway. But yeah, but this combination, this is a Care Gel Essence Moisturizing Gel and Miss Jessie's Curly Pudding. Chef's kiss. I love that. But I bought a bunch of this. This was at the dollar store. Now, I will say this. This is good for if you styling your hair, like wash, blow dry, put this in and then braid it. This is very moisturizing. I like it, but it don't, I was testing it out to see if I could kind of like stretch this a bit more. Mind you, I have a whole nother tube of this in my little stash and I got like 2 more of these or whatever. So I'm stocked up for hair products. I got so many different hair products. Like I've actually been throwing bits of stuff away that I just know I'm not going to use or whatever. But yeah, I was like, let me just wash my hair and just let it do its own thing for like a week or so. But we'll see. We'll see. What else? Let me see. What y'all saying? Happened to my nibbling too. Their mom ain't really on top of it, and their grandma thinks the braider is doing obey on her for her hair to fall out. It's oh no. TGIN is one of my favorite hair brands. I also use the Aussie 3-minute. Yeah, that Aussie 3-minute deep conditioner is just I it just do me right. I don't know. Cheaper products. You lay it like the ORS, and people used to love the Cream of Nature. The cream. I remember there's this lady here that got real famous for doing silk presses and stuff, and she used this stuff called it's not called honey caramel. She makes the caramel what's her name, Ite, and she before she started making her own shampoo and stuff, she would use Cream of Nature. So there's always like things that just work. Now, way back in the day, I used to love me some Cantu, but they said that they switched the Cantu up, so I don't know. I haven't tried to use it, but and also I'm a sucker for coconut smell. I love things that smell like coconut, so maybe that's why I was so. But again, maybe because I don't care and my hair knows I don't care. It just takes whatever I want to put on it. It just works with it. I don't know, but yeah, some things. But I want to get me some more Mazzani. I'll probably go back to try to use some design essentials and things like. Also, since last year, part of the reason my hair is growing so long now, I had been having a hankering for them old school styling products like the pink oil. I got some pink oil moisturizer right over here. I got the pink glosser. I've been loving that. I want to get some ISO but I don't need no oil sheen right now. And I just ordered. I had to find it though because the lady that is in charge of Luster's Paint, she was on TikTok, and I asked her like where I couldn't find the soft hold spritz because, like I said, I've been wanting to do some more like sculpted hairstyles, and she was like, they don't make the spritz anymore because they want to lean more into moisturizing products. So I had to go on eBay and stuff and find some soft hold spritz because I remember that soft hold spritz. You don't necessarily want the full crunch of a full spritz, but I remembered the soft hold spritz. So I ordered some of that. Blue Magic is great, and the girl reminded me of the Blue Magic carrot cream. I had forgot about that. That used to do me right too. That Blue Magic carrot cream, I really did enjoy that. So yeah, we the main choice. I don't think I've ever tried the main choice before. I've seen it, but I don't think I've ever tried it before. What have I tried? Of the new stuff, Kinky Curly. Is that Kinky Curly or Kinky Coily? Kinky Curly, I think it's called. But I just went to them. I was using their clarifying shampoo for a while because y'all, if y'all know hair, you gotta clarify, like moisturizing. I think that's a part of the reason what was going on with my baby girl's hair too was that I wasn't using clarifying shampoo enough. I was just, first of all, I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't washing either of our hair enough because I'm just used to just doing whatever. But like I said, her hair is like, bitch, not my head. Not my head. You got to do better with me. So I was like, okay, you're right. So I bought some Kinky Curly clarifying shampoo, but I ran out of that. What else have I used? My aunt used to love her some Carol's Daughter, but at the time, and this is going to seem so bad, when the lady first owned Carol's Daughter, to me it was nothing but oil. Like it was liquid oil, it was solid oil, it was somewhere in between oil. It was just all oil, so I didn't necessarily like that. But now that the white people got their hand on it, they've been using some emollients, and I kind of like that better. Like they have this moringa cream or something that I really, really like. Thank you, QB. Oh yes, I'm glad you're able to come and say hi. So yeah, ever since the white man put his hand on Carol's Daughter, I've been kind of leaning into wanting to see what else you got going on because it's you can't just do straight oil. You know what I mean? Like oil can only do so much. Sometimes you got to add a little bit of emollient in there, a little bit of what's that called? Surfactants, whatever in there. You need a few other things, but yeah. Also, the African Pride. Ooh, somebody was talking about it on TikTok. She was like, "We got to get back to using the greases with the seasonings in it." You remember that? They had herbs and the spices, and you wouldn't have a bunch of stuff in your hair. It would literally melt into your head. Like we losing recipes is what I'm saying here. And I've been feeling my ancestry calling me and telling me to bring back the old ways. So I've been. She said the 1 minute moisturizer they got is so good. Yeah. I also have, oh, this is what I've tried that I like. These ones, curls. And I like this specifically, the Blueberry Bliss leave-in conditioner. I didn't put that in there for this, but I typically will use that when I'm doing like my if I'm pulling my hair back or something like that. I'll use this leave-in conditioner and gels or whatever. I got from the dollar store. They have like a dollar store version of the Gorilla Snot gel because I'm black. So and I don't have baby hairs. I have full black woman hairs. So when I need shit to lay, I need it tight. I need it slick. I need it held. Okay. When I want it to do that. I also will use the Got to Be glue in the black tube, because that's another one that's like slick, tight, hold. Okay, because that's that I can't play. I can't play around. I can't afford to play around like that. So yeah. So that's what's been going on with me. She said, can't leave it in for more than a minute. Yeah. She said, yes, I've been using the seasoned greases. It's working wonders for my edge. Now, mind you, too, I also, when I want to do straighter, but I haven't done one this year yet. That's another reason why. Hold on, y'all. Look up Of course, I got it burnt. Sorry. Another reason why I was like, let me do my regular wash and go type thing is because I like to do what's this called? Keratin treatment. And I do this kind. This is the conditioner. This is the keratin formaldehyde free smooth treatment. I haven't done one this year. I'll do maybe like 2 a year, but I haven't done one this year. Because and it doesn't do like I can still wear my hair like this when I do this once I wash it or whatever, because it's the formaldehyde free, so it's just to kind of help stuff be a little less frizzy and the straightening to stay a little better or whatever like that. But yeah, this is different thing. I don't think, because I did one on her hair long ago, I don't think that's had anything to do with her hair. Yeah, because I hadn't done it for a long time when her hair just started. But I think her hair just is particularly dry. I'm talking about my daughter. Her hair is just particularly dry, and it's just not going to allow me to neglect it the way I be neglecting my own hair. So it's just like, all in all, I feel like I need to step my cookies up and do better. So I'm just trying to do better, whatever like that. Okay, and let's see. I'm trying to think, is there anything else that y'all would be interested in? Juneteenth is coming up. What are y'all doing? Y'all got any plans? I don't have no plans. My aunt was trying to get me to come to like a mutual friend of ours' house or whatever, but I would probably have to stay at her house, and I just don't. I was telling her, like, I just don't be feeling like staying over places no more. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to be in my bed with my things and stuff like that. So, I've been cooking my ass off. I watched this lady. I started watching this lady on YouTube. Her name is Just Be Cooking. I don't know if y'all ever heard of her, but she was just cooking. I was watching her, and she made the sweet potato cornbread, and I was like, I want some sweet potato cornbread. And so I took my ass down to Reddit Terminal, and I wanted some greens. I got me some greens and some sweet potatoes or whatever like that. So over the course of like the weekend on through the week, I made a big old pot of greens. I made sweet potato cornbread. I made short ribs. I made oxtails. I made the oxtails last night, but we're going to have those for dinner tonight, because you got to cook them a long time. So I just been cooking my ass off because I was hungry. I was a little hungry. I'm still in my calorie deficit though, so I'm still working on that. DC Pride and Juneteenth are the same weekend, so I'm outside. I know that's right. My daughter is going to my aunt's house tomorrow. Like, she's been out of school since the 12th, and she's been home. And this is not me trying to blame her, but it's also that mode of like, okay, she's here, so I know I gotta be here or close or whatever to be able to make sure she's eating it, and she's not, honestly, I know that if I was like, look, I want to go out, I want to do whatever, my grandma would be like, okay, because my daughter does nothing. Like, she just sits and she's on her computer or her phone or whatever, like, she don't care. But I'm just saying, like, the mom in me is just kind of like, oh, I'm just gonna sit around. So with her going like to my aunt, I know I'm going to feel less tethered to the house, so I could just literally wake up and be like, I'm going to go to the laundromat and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that, and not feel no type of way. Like I say, even though fully acknowledging that I literally probably could do anything that I want to do, and she wouldn't be a problem and nobody would be bothered about having her around. But that's just, if anybody that has kids might understand how it goes. That's just how it is. But yeah. So what else is going on? Nothing. So I'm going to go ahead and play this intro, and then once we do the intro, we'll come back and start talking about what we're talking about, and I will see you on the flip side. Yeah. All right.
No problem. You in charge of the girls, right? I am in charge of the girls. Are you in charge of the girls? I am in charge of the girls.
Sorry, I got too big for my britches. I was doing too much in the background. Okay. So let me make sure that's on. Yeah, that's on. Okay. So I don't know. First, I got to take a kind of a litmus test. Who here has heard of the Wizard Liz? Let me know in the chat if you've heard of the Wizard Liz, so that way I know how much I need to. And I'll just go over it a little bit just to get people up to speed. So the Wizard Liz is a young woman. I want to say she's maybe in her mid to late 20s, anywhere between like 25, 28. And she has been popular online for a couple years now. I've seen her in passing. She does femininity content, feminine power content, feminine alchemy content. She calls herself Wizard. She said, yes. Okay. She calls herself a wizard, Wizard Liz, or whatever. If I could amalgamize for you what she talks about, it's basically men need to be rich. If you're going to talk to a man, he needs to be a rich man. You need to be in control. You are the prize. The woman is the prize. That kind of thing. And but one of the things I noticed when I would see her, because something that happened. Oh yes, so this is what it was. She was brought to my attention maybe like within the last 2 years because she started dating this guy. Okay, so I'm telling you, she's first of all she's Russian. I think she's Slavic. She's dating this guy. This was after she had already established her content in terms of, oh, the woman is the prize and be independent and blah 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 blah. But also, if you're dealing with a man, make sure he's paying, handsomely to spend time with you and all that. So she starts dealing with this guy. What was weird about her dealing with this guy, or what was controversial about her dealing with this guy, was the fact that she literally didn't know him that well. Like she had just met him within a few months or whatever. And I remember seeing, like, kind of peeking into the room when all the stuff was going on. And I remember watching her talk about this guy, and she was talking about how they met or whatever. And she was going somewhere. She was in the airport, and this guy was like, oh, I don't know if they were like mutuals on social media or something happened, and she was aware of this person, and then somehow, oh my god, oh, he's at the airport, or he's at the place where I'm going. I think it was the airport. He's at the airport when I'm on my way to somewhere. It's so crazy. And then he's like, well, hey, how about you come with me, or I come with you? Somehow, some way, he either tags along on her trip, or he convinces her to come on his trip, because this is what the money do, I guess. And so they go to this place, and he's spending all this money, yada yada yada. So he love bomb her, basically. He love bomb her. And when everything is said and done, it seems like he probably had been watching her for a while and getting information on her, and he set up this little meet cute for them so that he could infiltrate her life. So he gets into her life. She's with him. At the time, people are saying, hey girl, this seems weird. Hey girl, you might not, this doesn't seem right. This doesn't seem in alignment with the stuff you're telling us. Like, it just don't seem right. And then apparently, this is something I'm learning more recently. There was an ex of this particular man who came and was like, hey girl, not him. Don't, and she was on some shit like, you could never be me. You can never be me. I am this good puss. I don't care what he did with you. He's with me now. I run a strict program. He knows the deal. That was the vibes that she was on when that happened. So now fast forward to here now today. He's gotten her deported. They had a baby. And basically once she got pregnant, or not too long after she had the baby, I think it was while she was pregnant, she found out he was cheating on her. Then she had the baby. Then he got her deported. So he has the baby now, and she is not in the country. And she was fighting to get back in the country because he has her baby. What's going on? All these things. And she was online like, what do you expect me to do? Like, she was in this headspace of like, I am just overwhelmed. What do you want me to do? And people are like, girl, you supposed to tell us you're the wizard. Like, what the fuck happened? You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? So more recently, within the last week or so, she went and she reconnected with her sister, because her sister is on her stuff now. And her sister was basically like, bitch, we beat men. What are you doing? Like, get yourself together. So now Liz is like, hey, guess what? Have the baby. Just have the baby. You know what? I'm out of the country. I can't get back into the country. It's fine. And guess what? You ain't getting none of my money either because I'm not a citizen. So I don't have to pay you anything. And that is where she's at with it. And so that's where we are. Right? So cheating on her the whole relationship. Yeah. Listen. Hey, Daniela. So you may say to yourself, okay, well, she sounds like she said, I saw some of the. I'm going to take a moment to talk about this. I mean, okay, she's from Chechen and she had citizenship in Belgium. Okay, good to know. First of all, let me tell you something. I love me some Slavic women. Slavic women don't play. Slavic women don't play, and I love that for them. They tickle me to no end. She said it's giving muggle, quite frankly, but I love the confidence in her. So the thing with me about this girl was I saw her. Number one, she's pretty. You know what I mean? Like, she's that kind of pretty. She's the kind of pretty where I could see her feeling the way she feels and talking the way she talks. Because she has, what they say, got all the things a man likes. When we're talking about that kind of man, or the archetype, the internet archetype of a high value man that has been going around for the last few years. And I'm talking about a white one, and maybe even a black one too, but we're talking about white rich ones would like her. You know what I mean? Slim, foreign, very, had a little work done type of thing. So she fits the bill. So I was like, okay, I get the branding. That makes sense. I was listening to her. Nothing I hadn't heard before. It felt very much so like Fast a Mile. You know what I mean? Like she wasn't, but that's the game. The new girlies, the youngins are coming up and they're hearing these things for the first time. So who am I to sit and be like, oh well, she can't say da-da-da-da-da. Every generation needs their voice, right? So okay. And I heard her, but one of the things that struck me about her was she was very much so one of the ones that would be on some stuff like, oh, you're having a bad time? It could never be me. It would never be me. I'm this, I'm that. I don't know any of that. I don't know how that happened to you. You just need to get on my level type of personality. And so it was like, okay, so then, like I said, very quickly in succession, from me just becoming aware of her to then now that stuff happening where they're like, hey girl, what's up? You're not following the program. You're not following your own program. What's up with this guy? This guy comes out of nowhere. Da, 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 da. So even now, she still defends her choices. She's like, hey, he was paying like he weighed. At that time, he was paying like he weighed. I don't know why you're trying to say that I went against anything that I said. He gave me the money that I required for him to be in my presence. So I don't know who you think you're talking to. It is what it is. I mean, hey, again, we'll get into all of that type of thing. She said, usually, yeah. She said, oh, he won't get, how he gonna get child support? She's not a citizen. Who's gonna enforce it? Thank you, Daniela. Who's going to enforce it? Which I love that for her, because it was one of those things where when you saw her talking about the situation in today, when you saw her, not today, but maybe like a few weeks ago, when you saw her talking about the situation, she was crying. She was not the person that I had seen her when she was, the wizard Liz, whatever. She was very much so like he had knocked her off her square. He had her right where he wanted her. But she literally flipped that switch. It was like, bitch, let me think about this a second. Yeah, you can keep that one. You can keep that one. My shit's still working. If I want to have a baby, I can have it. She pulled a nigga on them. She said, hey, what do you want me to do? You seem hell bent on keeping this baby. Keep him. And her sister's there. I remember her sister was like, you should have beat him. She was like, I did try it, but he called the cop. Like, it's not funny, but it's funny. It's funny because the sister was like, why weren't you beating him? So anyway, there's that. Hey, Alicia. So there's that going on. But then I also have Cardi B and Lotto on here. Because for me, I like to bring it all together, right? It's very interesting. First of all, let's go back. It's very interesting to me that these conversations around single motherhood, because this is a single mother situation, this is single mom stuff, and I'm not getting the same kind of judgment and disdain. Like, yes, people were talking about her, like, hey girl, I thought you was the wizard, but it still doesn't have that same sourness, that same snap as it tends to do when we talk about Black single mothers and single motherhood through, the lens of like the Black community, and it's the bane of existence. She's kind of allowed to, it's very much so, oh, poor her. She's being seen as an individual in this, as opposed to as being seen as a an indicator of the ills of a people or anything like that. And mind you, she's not American. You know what I mean? She's an immigrant and things like that. But I haven't seen her being touted as, a discredit to her race or anything like that type of thing. So that's been very interesting for me to see. Also, there is something to be said because, Cardi B and Lotto had some beef a few years ago because of Nicki Minaj. Ultimately, I believe it was. And Lotto was kind of like casting her lot with Nicki, and then they were going back and forth with each other. But more recently, Cardi has said something basically calling Lotto out about how you a baby mama to this married man when you were also Miss Goodpuss. Because to me, this conversation is about Miss Goodpuss. This conversation is about how Miss Goodpuss will do these things and be on some shit like, oh, it would never be me. I could never do it. And then somehow it becomes her. And like, how do we get there? And also for the girlies who still want to fuck. I'm not gonna mince words here. They still want to fuck. Thank you, Alicia. There's a conversation for the girls who still want to have sex with men, even though we're all sitting in, I'm assuming anybody that's watching this is sitting in a space where you watch a lot of content. You watch enough content, because I'm a small channel. So if you're watching this channel right now, then you watch enough content about how these niggas ain't shit to know that these niggas ain't shit. And yet and still we're wanting to fuck on these niggas, and we're wanting to be in these positions where we would be open enough to getting got and having children. I want to have that conversation because within the last couple of years, I've been in the periphery, on the cusp of, in spaces where there was some discord around the idea of like some women looking down their noses at the women who have sex, who want a partner, not even just partner, who want a partner, who want to marry, who want to have sex with these men. But there's also this sect of women within that grouping that is just like, well, I know men aren't shit, but I also don't see myself being able to not have sex with them. And I just think that's an interesting conversation to have, more so because I'm in a space in my life right now where I've gone through that dark night of the soul of kind of seeing everything and having my experiences and being in that place where I'm just like, fuck these niggas. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that I want to get back into the fray, but what I am saying is I'm in a space where now I can safely, for me, in my experience, allow that part of myself that knows why I was fucking on niggas to come out and play sometimes. You know what I mean? It's not about me saying, I'll put it to you like this. The World Cup. There's been a lot of coverage on the caliber of man meat that is coming into the country right now for the World Cup, and both the players and the fans, that are coming over. We seeing some things we ain't never seen before over here, right? And as a woman, as a red-blooded, full-bodied woman, I'm seeing some things and I like what I see. You know what I mean? But there's a difference for me. I'm talking about me specifically. There's a difference for me between being able to appreciate what I see and putting myself in a headspace of like, I want to physically interact. Because if and when I get to that point where I'm thinking to myself of let's see, I see a man on the street and it goes from, ooh, he's sexy, ooh, to, oh, he's looking at me. Oh, he might want to talk to me. Oh, I might have to talk to him. Oh, I might touch. You know what I mean? That type of thing. I have a visceral, I feel disgust in my stomach. You know what I mean? At the idea of actually touching men, is what I'm saying. So I'm in this interesting space where I feel like I could facilitate a conversation like that, because while I am just like, I don't see how it is beneficial or advisable for the ladies to be indulging with these men in this way for a plethora of reasons that we can talk about. I also understand. I understand. I get it. And I also feel like for I know that when you in a space where you haven't been burned, that the desire and the mind and everything can make you feel like it's worth it. Let's do it for that's what's for the plot. Let's do it for the plot. Why not? Why not? And I'm so now bringing it back to Wizard Liz and Cardi, who has just been going through this whirlwind of bullshit because she did Stefan Diggs for the plot. Lotto, who went from, like I said, her whole shtick was, you bitches could never. I don't know how y'all are having the problems you're having. You just gotta, be more have more pride about yourself, this and that and the other. Now this is her situation. That man is still legally married. Don't seem like that's going to change anytime soon. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong for her. Some of these men are kind of hot. They are. And then again, Liz, who was just like, yes, I know all the secrets to the world and to men and how to work these men, and finding herself in the worst of these types of situations, because she's literally in a position where these men are always like, salivating, chomping at the bit to try to put another woman into the situation of, oh, I got the kid. Y'all think that y'all can have these kids and use these kids to ruin our lives. Oh, I have the baby. I'm going to ruin your life. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, how do we get here? And how do people not see that the road to hell is paved with dicks? So that's the conversation. That's kind of where I'm at with the conversation. So is it Lotto in a polycule now with his other baby? It would seem so. You want to hear something so funny? So I was talking to my oldest daughter. My oldest daughter lives down south, near her father and his family and whatever. And so one of her siblings through her father, graduated. She was living down there with him, so she graduated, and that child's mother came to the graduation. So she said that his wife was like, oh yes, it would be so great one day to just have all the mothers of the children, we could all be together as one happy family. And my daughter was like, I say nothing, but I said, Kiana Denise Footman will not be. And I say, because I would never. I'm not a fucking Pokemon. You are not going to show me off in a collection. Enjoy your husband, sir. I mean, ma'am, enjoy your husband. But yeah, I'm thinking of the picture of Lotto with the baby moms. That's the thing, though. And I was telling my daughter, when women get with these men who either have that kind of past or whatever, it's one of those things where it makes you feel better. I think it makes them feel better to feel like, oh, well, we can get along, and we're just in this evolved space of just loving and being there for the children and about the children. So all that other petty bullshit is beneath us, because look how we can come together. And ultimately this is a testament to how good my man is, because look at these classy women. Bitch, enjoy your husband. Like, enjoy your man. I'm with some stuff like enjoy your man, because at the end of the day, whatever y'all got going on, I'm blessed, continue blessings to you, but that don't erase the shit he did to me. You get what I'm saying? Like, we're not friends not because of you. We're not friends because of him. And so that's not going to change because you want to feel validated in your choice to be with this man who has been a terror to many. So there. Let me see something. Yes, the road to hell is paved with dicks. Is that was you? Sorry. The road to hell is paved with dicks. I'm gonna remember that next time I'm thinking about being. Please do. Listen. I learned the hard way. What about Wizard Liz's properties and cars she has in the States? So he still have access to her stuff. I wonder if she talked about this. That I don't know, because I haven't been watching her. I've just been kind of seeing in passing stuff that's going on. She said, and I'm the one who brought us together. Like, girl, get out of here. Well, I don't know about all that, because he was living double and quadruple lives, when I knew him and was in contact and stuff with him. But at the end of the day, I don't need credit or acknowledgement or nothing in any of that. Like, just enjoy your man. Okay, leave me out of it. That's all I'm saying. Like, leave me out of it. But I told him, you gotta see with your third eye, with your good eye. That type of thing. When a woman is, I just want everybody to come together. If your life is flowing, you don't need other women to come and prove anything to anybody so that you can show off, how wonderful of a man he is because his baby, because that's really all it is like, his baby moms carry him, but I'm the one that has his heart. I don't like that man. We're not friends. We haven't been friends for a while. Even the last times that I've been in contact with him because of extenuating circumstances, he proved again why we aren't friends, why we'll never be friends. So that's just enjoy your man. They said they like, I can say now I didn't, when I was in a space of like trying to be with him, I didn't really care about the women. And I'm not saying like fuck them women or nothing. They weren't the thing. For me, it was about the kids. But his kid at the time, all his kids was with me or with his mom. So I was like, well, I want to create the home that the children feel all at home. That was my focus. You get what I'm saying? Now, things I've heard about their situation or whatever like that, she hasn't been unkind, but her priority has been him in the marriage. And so for me, that's what I'm just like, that's weird to me. This idea of, I want the mothers of the, no. If the kids is all together, that should be, you get what I'm, and that's not to say that if the women wanted to come and be nice and have fun or whatever, that wouldn't have been okay with me. But it's just something about this idea of like, we're gonna, I'm desiring the women to come and be amenable to a, that's not going, not me, not me in my house. No. Yes, that's why, like, to me it feels like it's centered on this idea of I got a good man because look at and we're all friends and we're great women and he picks great women and he picked me to be the queen great woman, and it's just like, you can be all of that, but I don't have to be there for that. She said, I got because my ex sent him a text saying there wasn't anything he did wrong in the relationship. I let that give me peace and I got hell in return. I'm not finna be a part of the PR for a man. Yeah, and that's exactly what I told. I said, Slay, that ain't about nothing but propping him up as a certain kind of man. And I won't be participating in that. Whatever you think you got in him, you're gonna have to live that truth without me being involved. I don't have nothing to do with that. And I don't want nothing to do with that. And you be best to leave me alone because I have some things to say that aren't on brand. So yeah, let's just do that. I think that that was a good starting off point. I'm going to put that out there if anybody wants to come. She said, my sister in law tried to do that with my cousins. I was like, you don't know our family dynamic like you think you do. They treat you politely because you're a stranger. Wait, I'm confused. I'm not really sure I fully follow what you mean. I'm trying to pin this. I'm trying to pin this. What's it called? There it goes. Okay. So now that's pinned. All right. So I lost my train of thought. Oh, I was talking to girl. Please, you keep bringing me. Don't trigger me, okay? Because you like encouraged me to go on a cruise with the. So a couple years ago, this was like 2021. This was the year that my oldest daughter graduated high school, and there was a whole bunch of stuff going on around her prom. It was just a mess. So, but then in the midst of that, one of my baby father's siblings died. He was killed. And so immediately, and I was still friends with his sister at that point, and my daughter, everybody was distraught. And I was distraught too because I knew him. And so I was just like, fuck everything else. I'm going to be here for y'all. What do y'all need? I'm here. And I just was around and I was there and everything. And we got through the funeral and I was, there supporting and holding stuff down, just being supportive. And I remember the sister coming back and saying to me, yeah, we was talking about it in the limo, and you really like showed out for us and showed up for us, and we just are so in awe of that. We wasn't expecting it, all this nice thing. I was like, yeah, well, I will always have love for y'all. I've known y'all since I was a child, basically. Like I still have love for you, and in a time like this, nothing else really matters. But at the same time, once all of this is done, like once he's buried and everything, I'm going to go back to my corner. This is not me trying. I was very, very clear with her, with the mom, with everybody. Like, this is not me trying to come back into the fold of the family. This is just me showing my respects, paying my respect, and supporting y'all because this is crazy. And they were like, yeah, okay. But I kept feeling them trying to push my boundaries because, like, at one point, the sister was like, she was going to get a tattoo of her brother or in honor of her brother. And I was like, okay. She's like, well, you want to come? I was like, okay, sure. So I'm driving up there. As I'm driving up there, mind you, we planned this days in advance or whatever. As I'm driving up there, oh, by the way, my mom's going to be there. And I'm just like, okay. Again, it's not that it's like an on-site type thing with us. I know that I can have fun with them. I know that they can be charming. I know that, like I have enjoyed their company and I can enjoy their company. The problem is that eventually, if you spend too much time with these people, something will happen. Somebody will get offended. Somebody will just decide they don't like you anymore. And then it becomes this whole thing and people have to pick sides. And I was just like, I don't have a dog in none of these fights. I don't want to be bothered with it. And furthermore, I'm more susceptible to it now because he is married. Like, this is stuff I've been through with them since I was in my teens. So I was just like, I see the pattern now that I'm a grown woman and I've been out of it long enough. And I just know the best thing for me to do is, if I'm away from y'all can't know my business. I can't know y'all business. Y'all can form whatever opinions you want to about me. But again, I know you don't know my business. So it's none of my business and y'all business is not my business. And that's how I like to keep it. So then after the funeral was over, somehow it got back to me that they said, now it may have been a lie because this came from the mother apparently, but the mother told somebody, either his sister or my daughter, that her sister, so this is the mother's sister, the matriarch of their family, sister, saw me giving the evil eye, the stank eye to my baby father's wife. I said, see, and that's exactly why I'm not, because they was trying to get me, oh, you need to come down. The fact that you said a cruise is what tipped me off because they was planning the cruise. They was like, "Oh, we planning a cruise and we gonna have a family reunion down there. You need to come down south." And I was just like, "No, I don't want to do anything." And it was not too long after that I heard that thing of, "Oh yes, she was making eyes at the wife," and then I was just like, "See," and that's exactly why I'm keeping my ass away from them because I don't. What I look like being mad, number one, and then if I'm mad, what I look like hanging around y'all and them, and like it just didn't make any kind of sense. So, mm. Oh, she wanted you to organize it too, and she wanted to put you to work. That's crazy. All right. So anyway, back to the story. Not my story. So we have these young girls who I'm gonna start with Cardi. When Cardi was getting her divorce from Offset, and Offset was being particularly antagonistic. You know what I mean? Like he was just, "You're my baby mom, I won." You know what? Like he really was making a point of trying to drag her and embarrass her for even having dealt with him in the first place. Now, to me, number one, I would so much be in a space of like, I really did everything I was supposed to do with this dude. I married this dude. Whether you like it or not, I fought for this dude. You know what I mean? Like I was fighting bitches every night. I had to fight to prove my love, type of shit. You know what I mean? I had his babies. All of these things are going on, and he's still like trying to play me like a whore, like just a whore in the street. The fact that it went from that to, and I understand, like I understand that you go from this person that's trying to down talk you or whatever to this other person who is love bombing you. He actively was love bombing her. Like he was, "Oh, I'm gonna take you to this castle. I'm gonna treat you literally like a princess. I'm gonna do all this stuff." I understand that being in that space of vulnerability, being in that space of being hurt and just not wanting to feel that hurt anymore, it feels better to be in a fantasy than to be in the reality of, losing your marriage, ending your marriage, all of those things. But then she got pregnant. And what's funny to me is I was talking to one of my friends and she was like, Cardi said it. She's petty. She said, "I think she just took it too far." She's like, "Oh, this is your favorite player or whatever, or your favorite team, whatever it was." Like she really just took it too far. Like I'm gonna go ahead and fuck them raw. I'm gonna do all this other stuff, and then wound up like, "Ugh, I'm pregnant," type of thing. And I can see that for her, like her personality. I can see that happening, but it's just like the answer is never in another dick. The road to hell is paved with dicks. There's never been a time in history. I'm saying in history, and I know this is me just being dramatic or whatever, but like, when has a dick, I'm talking a zick, ever solved anybody's problem? Now, mind you, you may say, "Oh, well, Sierra, they weren't fucking." He said, "We can't fuck. I don't want to have sex with you. I want us to come together. I want us to build a family for the children. I want to set a foundation." So that's not the same thing. Even though gotta cite it, love my girl, love everything she's experiencing. But if she had her way, it would have been fun. You know what I mean? Like gotta put that out there. If she had her way, it would have been fun. But that's not the same thing. It's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna have fun. I'm young. I'm hot. I'm turned." Da-da-da-da-da. I don't know too much about Lotto. And I only say that because I don't listen to Lotto the same way I don't even listen to Cardi B that much. Like I've never really I tried to listen to this last album, but it just wasn't for me. It's not at all me trying to say it's bad. I just am not in that headspace. So I couldn't really get into it aside from a few key songs that I like. Cause I like talk your shit songs and I like party songs and I like just happy, upbeat type stuff. But the whole the journey that the album takes you on, I wasn't feeling that journey. So I couldn't really sit for that. When it comes to Lotto's music, I've heard enough of it to know it's the standard pussy rap of, "I get this, I got this, y'all hoes could never, this and that and the other. But again, there was very much so an emphasis on I have more of pride in myself. Like I carry myself a certain kind of way. This emphasis on having a low body count, both in her music and outside of her music. It's very much so male centered in that it's about being a particular kind of woman that appeals to men. Because most women, even me talking about this idea of like forsaking dick, is not about this idea that makes you a whore because you want to have sex. It's more so about like, girl, do you want to live? Like, do you want to live and do you want to live a good life? Type of thing. Well, we'll see if you make it. I might still be talking by the time you make it. Hopefully. But yeah, it's more. She was coming from a place of like she could look at somebody and be like, "Oh, you're a whore. You're a whore because you sleep with this man or you sleep with men under these kind of conditions or whatever." So she created this not created but spoke to a thought system that now under that same thought system she seems to be working in opposition to. So that's a little weird. Same thing with Wizard Liz. Wizard Liz was very much so like I'm a high value, using that language of a high value woman and all the things that come with that. And so therefore I would not be taken advantage of. I know the game. I know what men want. And I have certain requirements and all those types of things. So to have this person come and seemingly get those, dollar signs in her eyes like a cartoon when this person comes and is spending some money. But can I be honest? Because they were saying he was spending like tens of thousands of dollars. First of all, this is a sidebar. Let's put that to the side for a second. To get into the sidebar. Who is this kid? That's something I was like, who is this guy? Where does he come from that he has tens of thousands of dollars to trap someone? Because I believe when everything was said and done, the money wasn't moneying. Maybe he was using like credit cards or something. Like he just was not in any way the person that he was portraying himself to be, that she fell for. And then by the time she found that out, she was good and pregnant. And it's very weird also that this person went out of their way to get with her specifically because, like I said, at the time when she first was getting with him and was doing all this content around, oh yes, this is how I pulled in my baller man, people were very much so like, it sounds like he stalked you. It sounds like he's been studying you. It sounds like he knew exactly what to do and say to get you to let your guard down, and you are feeling yourself too much right now to be thinking that this is just sounds too good to be true. And also, thank you for sharing your experiences. These people were really trying to play in your face. I literally dropped Lord. Yes, you did. But listen, that's something that because they were talking about what was going on. Oh, with the whole Steph Cole thing. Like I'm very much so of the belief that it helps to not feel singularly flawed. So thank you for sharing. Because it ain't just you. Hey, Sambry. He probably got it from his friends for the mission of humbling. Yes, and that was what I was going to say. Like to be someone talking that heavy online, and don't like I talk heavily. I understand that I talk heavily, right? And it could put me in a position where someone who would want to do like people are just weird. People are just weird, and when you put yourself out here like this, you do attract weird people. And I know this from being close to many different people who have built platforms on social media. You know what I mean? Like platforms of tens of thousands of people, maybe not millions, but tens of thousands of people. I've known a few people and been close to a few people who have built platforms like that within like the last decade or so. So I've seen some things in terms of the type of people that this kind of visibility, and it's one of those things where you I would say you can't prepare for it because it's not something that you would conceive of anybody doing. Like my cousin, I told y'all about my cousin who had the phones, the erotic communicator school online. And At one point, I was behind the scenes, helping her with branding and different things like that, administrative type stuff. And she was primarily on Facebook at the time. And this other girl comes and she's like helping, like a mod or whatever. And she's doing her little stuff on the end. When everything was said and done, something happened. She wound up talking to this person's family. This girl had been lying about pretty much everything. Just things you wouldn't even, it was so unnecessary for her to lie about. This person was lying about all these things, and to this day we don't know like what she was planning on doing, if she was planning on doing anything. But it gets very, very weird. It gets very, very weird when you are online. But I think specifically when you're online pretty much goading men, and this is another reason why I'm like, I'm not going to sit here and be arguing with men and stuff online, because they will create any little interaction between y'all, they will create a connection. And when you are going back and forth, there is an energy there. I always tell y'all it's a sexual energy. You're not getting that from me. I'm not giving you that. You're not going to get your jollies off on thinking you upset me or on me, cussing you out. Now you getting, because there's a lot. There's so much money in sex work because these niggas get off on so much that you wouldn't even think they get off on. And not only just that, it's not even just a sexual get off. It's like just somebody, I'm not even going to say his name because I don't want to evoke that spirit into my space. But there's a person who has a platform that is just so nasty, and I just think about that person. But you can tell that he gets off on being able to talk nastily to and about Black women. And it's just like, at some point we have to recognize, especially now it's so much easier to recognize the value that we hold. And I'm not talking about it in terms of a high value woman or a high value man, or I'm talking about like real esoteric value systems within this paradigm of attention economy and branding and all this other stuff. Like, your time literally is money. Your time is money. Your attention is money. Everything is currency. I'm not wasting one bit of my shit on any of these niggas. Okay? So I won't be arguing with these. I won't be, or at least not for free. At least not for free, and with some very strict parameters around the exchange. You know what I mean? It ain't going to be an accident. All right? So I really feel like that man saw her and sat and watched her and was like, yeah, I'm going to get this bitch. I'm going to get this bitch. Because even it was like by the numbers. If you listen to these men when they talk about things like child support or whatever, and their interpretation of what the child support process is, the courts and all this other thing, they feel like it's a game that is rigged against them specifically. So him, her getting pregnant, and then him utilizing every single thing that he felt like he had, every advantage he thought like he had, because it was like, what did he do? He petitioned for her not to be able to get her visa renewed, because it was something about her visa or whatever, and he reached out to somebody to make sure that her visa was revoked or wasn't renewed or whatever, so that she wouldn't be able to stay in the country. It's that deep. So you telling me that you went through all that to come and get me pregnant, to now try to keep me away from the baby? But then I saw like TikToks of him talking about, oh yes, I just want her to be here. How do you want? I just want her to be here. A child needs his mother, all these other things. So he's doing what the men feel like women are doing through the court system and this and that and the other. He's painting her out to be a deadbeat mom because she's not there, but he's literally doing everything possible to prevent her from being able to get there. And she was just like, you know what? You win. You win. I'll be all of that. It's fine. said there's an underlying feeling of loneliness, inadequacy, and bitterness that causes people to react that way online. Yeah, I mean, I do think that there's very much so uh, uh, a danger to living life online so much because it it does it is like living in a vacuum, living life in a vacuum, and where you can patch up a lot of things with little spurts of things that you get from online. So like companionship or whatever, it can give the appearance of having a healthy social life because oh you're so active online and this and that and the other. But it can be hard if you don't have any outlets outside of online to be able, like, I don't know if I would have how well I would have fared if I didn't have a life outside of the online space last year when all that stuff went down and I had to leave that space that I was in because I was spending so much time. But anybody that was there knew that every now and then I would say like, yeah, I know this is unhealthy. I know that this is kind of like codependent. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I was just like, but I like it. I like it. It feels good. If it stops feeling good, then I'll go ahead and do what I got to do. But in a general sense, I'm enjoying myself. And so I'm just going to keep going on. And which is, to be fair, I feel like that's what the girlies think. I can't say they're not. I don't know every girl that is out here, dipping a on right now. But I know for a fact that a lot of the girls who wind up in these situations after doing it for the plot, it starts out in that space of like, oh, well, this feels good right now. This feels good right now. And I like it. And I like the attention and I like the money or I like the whatever that's going on. And if it stops feeling good, I'll stop it. But it's like, how do we wind up in these spaces where by the time it stops feeling good, there's a baby? You know what I'm like? There's a fucking baby, and now you got a whole nother world of things to deal with, and you can't fully detach from. Now, I'm about to say you can't fully detach from it, but I'm saying that as someone who, like I said, the quickest way to never see me again is to get me pregnant. In my experience, that's not something that I started out like that, but that's just something an observation about me. I'm 2 for 2 in terms of the people that I've had children with that weren't, showing up in a way that was conducive to a continued relationship. I've completely severed them from my life. And so for me, I'm just like, but these are people that don't have money. You know what I mean? We're not public figures. They're not someone where I'm around a whole lot of people that knew who they were. So they're like, oh, they're always, outside people always, oh yeah, that's so-and-so's baby or whatever like that. I'm not around people that have any kind of allegiance to those people to keep evoking their energy or their spirit into my life. So it's just like I've been able to take my babies and go, basically. And I very much so believe in that. I very much so believe in, like, once you realize that a nigga don't want to be around or whatever like that, like, you do what you got to do. You got to get in them courts, But if they don't want to be around, that'll probably be best for you. I will say it and to anyone who is pregnant or will be pregnant in the next few years, do not put that man, unless y'all married, you roll the dice with that. But if y'all not married, don't you put that nigga on that person down. Because if you want to do stuff, it was a lovely experience being able to just go and get our passports, and that was that. I'm just saying. So, but yeah, the loneliness. But in this case, though, and I'm talking specifically about Liz, I don't think it was lonely. I really think he was just like game on. I think he saw that lady, and he was just like, "This is going to be epic." He's a white guy, This is going to be epic. You know how they talk? and he got to work, and he did what he wanted to do. But I just love it. Ooh, it's delicious in my mouth. The way that she finally was just like, all right, I've cried a bit, and now I'm realizing I am that girl, and I gotta give her that because that is the branding, that I am that girl, and you don't get to do this to me. You don't get to do this to me. You want the baby so bad, have the baby, have the baby. Now, as someone though who is very much so like fuck these niggas, they'll say the same thing like, oh, I shouldn't have to fight that. These niggas that live up the street. These niggas that live up the street. These niggas live in the same city. They ain't doing shit. There's nothing stopping them but the lack of desire from doing whatever he did they need to do to be in a child's life. I think that that's markedly different than somebody literally getting you kicked out of the country. You know, I do have more. If you say I support women's wrongs, that's fine, but I do have more empathy for someone who literally can't step foot in the country where their child is because of you. And say he did it for that's what I'm saying. People don't understand when you talk about you doing it for the plot. Y'all in two different fucking stories, honey. That's the part where it really kind of like gets to me when it comes to this idea of, because so there's another guru lady, white girl, young white girl. I'm saying young because she's in like her 20s, mid to late 20s. She's getting married. What's MJ Gray? She's getting married, and they were mad at her. They came at her to say the Liz girl, because they were like, you were telling us this, that, and the other, da, 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 da. You would, but she also was telling them like anti-capitalist stuff and all this other stuff. And then she started showing all of these, you know, luxury hauls and stuff because this man was buying them for her, and now she's getting married. So this is someone who was like, I don't get married and also be anti-capitalist because that's how they get you. Da, 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 da. Hey, Princess Amani. But then she let some dude come and give her a bunch of capitalist gifts, and now she's getting married, and now she is Miss Goodpuss, you know, trad wife living the life you hoes could never. And so the girl, I think it's righteous that the girls are upset with her, but it's weird to me that you can have a mindset and an understanding that these men are treacherous to the point where you can articulate it, and all these other women are coming behind you like, yeah, go sister, you are telling us right, we need to listen to you. And then you're just kind of like, you know what, I just want to make it like it just goes, it gets now again, I'm saying that as someone who maybe it's a privilege and a luxury to be in a space where I know I'm vehemently disgusted by the idea of letting a man touch me at this point in my life. And I also can say that even being in a space where I can appreciate a fine man, you know, shout out to FIFA World Cup, in a space where I can appreciate a fine man in a lustful way. I'm being fleshly, you know. I couldn't even do that before. Before I was just like, ugh, get that away from me. You know what I mean? Idea of that. Get that away from me. But now I can be playful and I can tap back into that space of myself because I have two kids. You know what I mean? They didn't get here by accident. And recognizing that that is a part of myself that I would be renouncing and denying and ultimately positioning to come out at me and other people if I were to try to act like it's not there. You get what I'm saying? I think it is important to listen, not listen, but like be real with oneself about your appetites, your desires, your sexuality, whatever it is. Like that's really important. But I'm saying there's that, again, survival instinct. It always comes down to survival instinct to me. It's that survival instinct of like, but I see how these niggas do. I see how they move. Because you think so many times, any and all of the positions that I've been in up to having a baby and stuff like that have been because I underestimated the I underestimated the lack of connection for these dudes with accountability around sex and procreation and all of those types of things. I underestimated their coldness, like the way that they can be. 1 minute you think, oh, you're friends, if nothing else, friends with benefits. For me, a friend is a friend, and a friend is someone that's positive and wants good for you, and wouldn't hurt you, and y'all can be at odds or whatever, but ultimately they're looking for a win-win. But then when you get into these sexual situations, whether a child is involved or not, something can happen and you could be standing across from a completely different person. You know what I mean? Like they could just, like something can happen. Something happens around sex with men that I don't want to say unlocks, because I don't even feel like that person was locked up. You get what I'm saying? Like it's something you'll see a part of a guy where sex is involved that you never thought you saw, once you're in a position where they either feel like they have an advantage over you or they already got what they wanted, or something. You get what I'm saying? Like this, and it is so jarring and horrific in some cases, and not necessarily because it's physically violent, but more so because of the emotional violence, that disconnecting. There's nothing worse than somebody, to me, there's nothing worse than somebody that you've been intimate with. And this isn't about, oh, we were in a relationship and we were in love. It's just, I shared my body with you, and that person treating you like you overestimated. I'm trying to articulate it properly. I know most of y'all probably know the experience, but basically that you knew what it was when the person went out of their way to either dance around what it was, to not say what it was, to say the opposite, or lead you to believe the opposite of what they're now saying it was. You get what I'm saying? When they position you to be making decisions based off of something that they're now saying is not true, was not true, and they're acting like they did not present to you in a way that you would perceive it favorably to what it was they wanted from you. There's something very soul crushing in a lot of ways about that experience. And so again, I'm saying that as someone who's coming up and getting on my soapbox and talking about these things. I find that there are people, what I'm saying is there are people who go harder in the paint than I do in terms of talking about how these niggas are. And yet they'll still be on that shit like, fuck these niggas. No, literally, fuck these niggas. You know what I'm like? Not like, fuck these niggas, like, I'm like, fuck these niggas. But like, fuck these niggas type of thing. And that's where it's just like, how? But I know how. And the reason I know how is because I did that video I did a few years ago when all that stuff that happened with B. Taylor and Priscilla and stuff. People out here horny as fuck. People out here are really, really horny. And to my earlier point of like not really engaging with that in a full embodied way, because I'm living proof it's possible to be in touch with your sexuality, but also I don't want to use discernment in the way that people try to use discernment. People use discernment online the same way they use accountability. It's one of those ways. It's like a dog whistle to other people and uplift themselves. But it's more so about like being able to say, yeah, I have heterosexual desire for the opposite sex, but also they're not safe. They're not safe. And not only are they not, it's not just that they're not safe. They're not safe. They're not accountable enough for me. Not even just about the idea of, oh, if I get pregnant, because there are things that you can do to make sure you're not pregnant. I got mine sitting right in my arm, right? But even around disease and stuff. Like these niggas are out here. It was an article I read a couple years ago about the spread of STDs in Philadelphia, period. And they were talking to people and they were talking to the guy specifically, and they're like, okay, well, what are you doing to prevent STDs and stuff? And they're like, oh, well, if the girl looks clean, it's whatever. These dudes aren't even accountable enough in a space of really like valuing their own experience enough to say, I most definitely don't want sexually transmitted diseases. I most definitely don't want, something that I can't get rid of. They are more in tune to this idea of getting what they want in the moment than they are to preventing anything bad for them. So I'm saying, as a woman, I can't trust y'all to be kind and friendly. I can't trust y'all to be, willing to take whatever, if a child comes of this, to step up and help with that. And I can't trust y'all to at least be clean within your own body, self-contained cleanliness. What is the fucking draw? What is the draw? People tell themselves and other what they would not do and then get carried away by strong emotions of validation or insecurity. Yeah. I've learned people say a lot of things and then do the opposite constantly. And the thing is, I wish, because I can say, being truly transparent about that, I can say that my conviction on it definitely has come from a trial and error and learned experience, right? I didn't have, nobody was having these kind of conversations when I was younger. I just came from a just don't have sex family or just don't get pregnant family. Like that was the long and the short of it. There was no conversation about what do you do when you really fucking want to have sex? What do you do when you're just, the lust takes over? You know what I mean? Like when you're in a space where you don't have the speed bumps and the safety nets that I have now through learned experience to put the brakes on the feelings, those emotions, those desires that come up. Let me see. It's really hurtful when that person gives you a impression of safety and mutual desire after they get what they want, act like you don't exist or you're tainted now. Yeah, that's really freaking sad. Hey, Les.
Hey, I wanted to add that I think it's important that the person who is most likely to be played is usually, they say swimmers are the first ones to drown. It's because you get overconfident, right? And so I think that one of the lures to dudes who are looking to humble women who say it could never be them is also the reason why women who think it could never be them don't digest and recognize how human that they are. Like it's because of like the humility to acknowledge that it could happen to you opens up a opportunity for you to be able to recognize the signs, right? And granted, I mean, a guy being smitten enough with you to go and show up at your flight is to some women cute. I mean, I don't necessarily think that I want to go down the road of, oh well, she should have known. It's not that. For me, it's a thing of like when you look down on somebody else and you think it could never be you, you tee yourself up for the things that happen to people who walk around delusional. And I think that there's a certain amount of humility that is healthy in that maybe not. Let me start that sentence over. I think in a capitalist world, in a capitalist framework, because hierarchy and comparison is the game, there it always has to be an other. There, the point is that you are, like, some people are better than others. They, that therefore they deserve more because the resources, everything needs to go to them. It sets you up to always be thinking in terms of the differences between the you and another person. And so when you think that because a girl, um like Stephanie, for example, looks nothing like you, is doesn't have the same background, all of the above, doesn't, wouldn't get the same number in the sexual pecking order, that you wouldn't do silly stuff like she did, right? And it's, to me, what she did is just as silly as what Steph did, to me. And I think the way that capitalism sets up women, I think for women of many races who are put into a higher pecking order, when they think, oh, the things that happen to black women, yikes, that could never happen to me. And the underlying thing is that, oh, well, I'm more valuable, right? A lot of times, like, look all know, look all know, shocked Pikachu face that they're taking away my jobs. You know what I mean? Like, there's a certain amount of delusion that is required to buy into traditionalism, to buy into divine femininity, to buy into these black and white thinkings. And I think that they beget, and I'm not trying to say that it couldn't happen to a leftist woman, or it couldn't happen to a woman that is, you know, humanist or whatever, but I think that the reason why, and I watch a lot of content from people who've left cults, people who've uh left, who people who talk about being in different religions and different belief systems. A lot of times the elevated person, being the chosen one, is the reason why you're there, to be special, right? And so the high of not being like the, to your point, not the good pussies, the other pussies, right? The lore of like, especially when it comes to womanhood and our constant fear of our fragility as it comes to men, right? Our constant feeling of, you know, these men dominate politically, they dominate physically, right? And they're irrational in a lot of ways. So it is very difficult to figure out what they're going to do from, because it could be a, oh, you don't want me, you think I'm ugly, you don't want to be with me, all right, fine, I'm gonna break up with you. What? And you know what I mean? Then all of a sudden it turns into something that you, excuse me, how did you not see it coming? We have to name that piece, that an important way for you to not end up in that situation is to realize it could happen to you. And there's nothing wrong with that, girl. And it is not about you being special. It is about natural human reactions. So if you don't have to be elevated to over somebody, and you recognize your humanity in the fragility, it sets you up to be able to not put your ego into understanding, into to recognizing the signs. That makes sense?
I think the most important component of something like that, because you brought up stuff code, is FOMO.
Mm-hmm.
Because as someone who, I'm going to live in a romanticized world solely because I choose to. And when I say a romanticized world, I'm always going to find the viewpoint that allows me psychological safety, um, a an escape hatch, to something that is feels like the end of something. Like I'm as someone who's never going to just lay down and die, I'm always going to find the silver lining. I'm going to find the silver lining. I'm going to find a solution, even if it's not the best case scenario in my mind. It's going to be workable and it's going to be dignified. So when I say I'm going to romanticize my life, nobody's ever going to be able to, because as a single mother, that is something that people want to do. They want to be able to put you in a mindset where you are defeated. Nobody's ever going to be able to defeat me.
Mm-hmm.
So I am always going to be triumphant or on my way to my triumph in my own life.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah.
So that's what I mean when I say I'm going to romanticize my life. So that being said, if I'm going to have a love story, it's going to be a really good love story. It's not going to be a just, oh yeah, let's just be together because you ain't getting no better than me. It's never going to be that. You get what I'm saying? Like it's going to be something worth remembering and retelling and recounting and passing down. And there's going to be lore. And I'm talking about real good lore. And not just for other people, but for me to look back and say, yeah, I know why I did that. And I don't regret that. So I'm saying that to say that I don't fault her or anything about this idea of, oh, this man chased me down. Like, because that's a beautiful story. That's a beautiful love story. And that's something that I wrote about in my book of like framing things going on with my baby fathers in a way to facilitate me continued contact with them, because this is just the bad part of our story, but eventually it's going to be that happy fairy tale ending. So I get that. But I think that a part that gets people tripped up, and specifically somebody like Steph Cole, is that FOMO, is that feeling of, oh, nobody, this is rare for me because nobody would want to treat me like this, or nobody would, you know what I mean? Or this would never happen to somebody like me. I got to jump on this. And that is where I think a lot of people get caught up, is not being able to say, yeah, this something, because when you're in that FOMO place, you're not paying attention to that part of you that says something's not right. Let me follow this part of my spirit that is telling me to look over here or look under here, or what, you get what I'm saying? You're more in a space of shutting down those parts of you that are trying to protect you, because you're more invested in the idea that this particular person, this particular instance is real.
Yeah. And to your point about the story being what it is and wanting to give yourself a chance, right? Because you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and also everybody had to give somebody a chance. Vulnerability is what we are all looking for, the opportunity to be vulnerable and real and to be loved and seen, right? So in terms and love for what people see as they get to know us beyond the physical, right? So when we really sit down and think about why you are desiring these things, this is just what it is, right? Like all of us want that. And I recognize it could sound like victim blaming. I think that the system can be flawed and people can be nefarious. I also think that there is something to be said about the FOMO piece, for example, on an Osteph Co. It is, to your point, the idea being that she's convinced that she is less than some women, and so she has to take what she can get, right? So in the less than, greater than world is the problem, right? And when I think about Wizard Liz, I don't have, like, we're all sharing notes. I don't want to villainize her for being in that situation. And I definitely think that she should have the right to see her kid. I'm so disappointed that, in this situation, and for a lot of women throughout the whole of history, let's just be honest, a lot of times the way that men get women to do whatever they want is by impregnating them, right? And so the idea then being is that you don't want to be a bad woman or ruin the family. The way that they've set up this lore around family puts all this onus on women to be the person that does not destroy the family. The girl is the home wrecker. The man is never the home wrecker. The wife is the home is villainized for for the divorce rate, not the reasons why she's divorcing, right? But I think that it is important to point out that in the hierarchical thinking, it lays this fear groundwork that is fertile soil for you to not be present and for you to get caught up in what what might not be there. And that does not mean that this other that you can't get got either, right? It doesn't mean you can't get got.
Right.
There are definitely like incredible con artists out there, and and truly cruel men. I think that if you're alive in 2026, you know that there are some people who are chaotic evil, right? But then there's also some people who know how to put it into a James Bond type of suit, right? Like there's so many. Like the other day, I found out about some of my favorite musicians and actors who I thought were unproblematic, and that is, you let them mess around long enough, you will find out here is like abuse. But I think it's important to point out that when you think it could never be me, it takes you into a place where you're looking down on you're looking down on the women's that it did happen to, right? And you're telling yourself things that might not mean what you think that they mean and might not matter, because they say, oh, a girl is too physically strong to get played. There's a heavyweight boxing match lady right now who's getting played by papoose. Like, you know what I mean? There's women who 5x their partner's income and they're getting played. Like there are women who there's a Halle Berry got played, right? Like all of the superficial things that we tell ourselves that would make it so that we would be valued better than another woman are usually a part of the patriarchy's way of getting you invested in a storyline that you have to then deconstruct in order to recognize what's happening in front of you. And that is, I think, important to point out.
Okay. We got somebody else coming up. Hey, welcome. How are you? O Sparks.
We can't hear you.
Are you still on mute? Okay. And while hopefully you're getting yourself together, do you remember? I want to respond to Invincible Summer. I was trying to write it out, but I can't find it. Do y'all remember that show? I haven't seen Something Bad Is Going to Happen, but there's a show that reminds me about mythologizing relationships. And it was this lady, she moved across the country or something for this guy she used to go with in high school or something. And she used to sing a lot in the show. I can't remember what it was called. Have you ever seen it, Liz? I'm trying to figure out what it is now, where the woman, she says, Princess Amani says, I think you're saying no one is exempt. At least that's what I'm understanding, that no one can outmaneuver a predator. I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, like what I'm saying is that like the same idea of the swimmer is the person who usually drowns. Don't invest yourself in the idea of hierarchies and you're better than. Have the emotional and mental and spiritual humility to recognize that it could happen to anyone, and that makes you in a position to be a much better contributor to society, but
It's
also,
Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, by the
oh,
way.
okay.
I'm back. Hi, it's Miri, but
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Welcome.
I'm okay. How are you? Hi, Les. Is that
Hey,
you?
I'm
Hey,
good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, I had to I had like a technical thing, but I'm back. Sorry, I
Yeah.
Okay.
didn't mean to like just I think you were in the middle of a sentence.
Well, I don't even remember ADHD. You can go.
Okay. Um yeah, I think we were talking about what were we like what was the I guess like the topic at this like before I jumped in, sorry.
So we're talking about I have the Wizard Liz, Cardi B, and Lotto online because they've all three had children with guys. I would say more so Lotto and the Wizard Liz had positioned themselves through their branding as women who, to Les's point, were above the program, who had it all figured out, who would never it would never be them, and then
Yeah.
they wound up having children in situations that are completely opposite to how they have projected their own image in the world. And
Mhm.
then with Cardi, it was more so like she's more of the going doing it for the plot type of person where it was
Yeah.
like, oh well, I just want to do this, that, and the other, and I got a baby now.
Um, Yeah, it's a wild world, but yeah, like I mean, I'm no stranger to doing things for the plot per se. I mean, I think my lucky stars that I didn't end up with a baby, that I at least took precautions to ensure that that didn't happen, didn't engage in certain activity and things like that. So, I mean, at least I'll give myself credit there. But I think like an interesting, I guess like common thread, between at least Lotto and the Wizard Liz. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, yeah,
It's
go
like,
for
what's it called? Basically, like, it was their audience that was telling them, "No, this isn't you. What are you doing?" So it's like their audience accepted the brand that they were selling, as it were,
it.
and were holding them to it, and they were just like, "No, you don't know what you're talking about. I know better than you." And it turns out that the situation was much worse than anyone could imagine, I guess. But yeah, I just find that interesting that it's just like a lot of there was like another creator, but and we're not talking about her now, so I won't bring up her name, but
Yeah, go for
like
it. Say what you say.
it was Aloho, I am Aloho.
Mm.
Even her audience, like, her comments were like, "This sounds weird. Like, this situation sounds weird. Like, you don't think this is weird?" And, like, she was kinda like, "Well, no." Like, she was in it, so it was like it felt like something that aligned with her, like, she felt like she was making the decisions given a sound decision given the information that she was presented, but it was like it took the people from the outside who bought into like her branding as it were to kind of bring it to her that it's like, yeah, I don't think this aligns with like what I bought into. Like not saying that it's not to say that they're like insincere or what have you. It's just something that I noticed that is like the audience linked into like, oh, this doesn't match what I'm seeing or what I've accepted. And so I think you should consider or reconsider and here they
Well,
are.
I have a question because, and that is really interesting, and I perceive that as well, like specifically with people like the Wizard Liz and Lotto and Aloho, because I had mentioned her a few lives ago, like with the just briefly touched on it, and I was saying like she kind of was getting drugged through the coals because people were saying, "Hey, you were a little bit high on the hog about some things."
Mhm.
What is it that you think why is it that you think that those particular ones, and I say outside of Cardi, because Cardi seems more like a every woman in a certain sense than
Yeah.
they kind of pedestalize themselves. So what do you think it is that make them susceptible to getting got in that particular way? Because I do think it has something to do with, to Leslie's point, about being exalted as better.
I would agree with that. I think that to some degree like they felt like it could never be me. And I mean, like that's an interesting I'm gonna like walk that back, I guess. Well, maybe not, but like when the people who say I could never, I would never, like some of them are like, well, yeah, actually, like I could never and I would never because dot dot dot, and like they seem pretty logical. However, well, not logical, but they seem pretty like it follows a certain formula, as it were, that they feel that they can implement in
Their
their.
logic is subjective to their spoken objectives.
I agree. I agree. Yeah, because I feel like, um, yeah, I agree with that. But I guess to that, like how they became susceptible, I think it's more so because, yeah, they felt as though like they were in a position of power, whether that's in the Wizard Liz's case over like her audience, really, in the Wizard Liz's case, for example, or like maybe, you know, they exalt themselves over their peers because they see their peers are like making mistakes that they feel like they would never, but it's like they don't really. I feel like when you get into that I would never, like that, um in my experience or in my opinion, really, um kind of, it has the opposite effect. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it kinda puts you in a position where you actually might and you say you could never, but it actually may. It may actually happen. But, it just feels like there's, like, a lack of humility in that sense, where it's like we're all human, we all have, like, trauma and human experiences that if, like, the certain cards are played right, so to speak, that,
Yeah.
like, on the end of someone who's, like, trying to like take advantage of you, like it could happen because like there are things that like some people feel like they've addressed as far as trauma is concerned and things like that, and it isn't like it's something that they kind of buried and thought was like, oh well, like I know that I'm aware that this is something that I've struggled with or that I do struggle with now, but that's, I'm aware of it, so I don't struggle with it anymore, when that's not how anything works. Like self-awareness is only like the one component of like, you know, I guess like healing or like overcoming those things. And I mean, even still, like I feel like there's a lack, and on the other hand, I feel like there's also a lack of self-awareness within that too. Like, because it's just like, yeah, you're aware of what's happened to you, but you're not aware of how that's informed your decisions, whether positive or negative. You may be an overachiever, but that's because you've experienced that trauma. And then, you know, you feel like you're in a, what's it called? In a position where you feel like on another thing, like where you feel like you're in a position where you feel like you need to be rescued and what have you. It's like, okay, so sorry, another stream of another stream of thought. My I guess like thoughts went this way. So like where you feel like you're doing what needs to be done, as
Mhm.
far as like success and things like that, and like because you feel like you're doing the right thing, that whatever comes your way is good. It's meant to be a reward,
Mm-hmm.
and so, like, you feel like the man that's coming to you and, like, love bombing you, you don't really see it as that, it's like you're seeing it as, "This is my reward for doing things the right way," so to speak. Like, I
Yeah.
hate, like, I'm telling women to hate men, I'm telling women to take advantage of men because that's what you're
Right.
supposed to do, so to speak. So, like, whatever's coming to me is, like, meant for me, is rewarding me for the good that I'm doing, or like because I'm not repeating that trauma or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I do. And do you think that, or not do you think that, I would like to know your thoughts around, because, like I said before, I am a romanticizing girly. I
Mhm.
like the idea of, something magical and beautiful happening to me because I'm just a wonderful person. But what about when it starts to look bad and those people, like you said, their people are coming to them and saying, "Hey, I'm not even coming to you with my thoughts. I'm coming to you with your thoughts. I'm coming to you with
Mm.
your values. I'm coming
Mhm.
to you with how you told me to look at things in
Mhm.
situations like this." What is it that you think is the disconnect there when they're having these experiences and even they're saying, yeah, this is a little bit weird, but
Mhm.
then they kind of like double down in those moments of like, there's no way I'm wrong.
Ooh, that's a good question. I feel like putting yourself like in a position of like the teacher or like in a didactic position, I think opens you up or like will open you up to that kind of rigidity, like, where it's like you're hearing from the people that you're schooling, as it were, like, about how to navigate the world, and they're telling you, like, "Oh, well, that doesn't make sense." I mean, they're not maybe not hearing it from the perspective of it's coming like, it's what you taught us, but it's, like, coming from a place where it's like, "You can't teach m" like, you trying to outdo the doer, if that makes sense. Like, whereas, like, they're coming at to you as, like, if they're coming to you and you're, like, in that position of, like, the
But
teacher
that's
or, like,
crazy,
the leader,
especially
it's
when
like
it's like tens of thousands of people.
I
Like it's one thing if it's
agree,
like
I
one
agree,
or
I
two of your friends. You're like, okay, girl, you ain't had a man in 20 years. I don't want to hear nothing. But if it's like
yeah,
tens of thousands of people, like, hey, wait,
yeah. Yeah, I think, like there's that, like, stuff yeah, I agree, I think, like, there has to be I think that's the only thing that makes sense to me is, like, there's that, like, you've created this in like, this impenetrable field, so to speak, where it's like, you're not allowing anyone else in a position that you think is lower than yourself to tell you about yourself. So, it's like, I don't know. I mean
girl, come up here then, Princess of Mine. Answer my get
Please.
up.
Oh, that's a good point. They may have never been their core values to begin with. I think that's a good point.
And I mean, even if they were, I
Mhm,
think that we can't, we can't, I think that one of the problems of how, particularly Christianity, but Christianity as an offshoot of capitalism, the mindset is that you deserve everything that happens to you. So if you
mhm.
if something bad happens to you, you weren't present enough, you set yourself up, all of the above. The other day I caught myself saying like, God would never let a tornado happen to me. What that mean?
Right.
Right? Like what is that? What does that mean that I think about the people who tornadoes happen to? What
Mhm,
does that mean about what I think about myself? And I
mhm.
think that it is important to point out that the whole earn you get what you deserve. I find that a lot of time deserving is so subjective,
True.
you
It is.
know. And I think you can't control what happens in life. You can only control what you how you respond, or how you take in the information. And so for me, it's one of those of like, I think in a lot of times on the way to realization, you know, you have to accept that it could happen to you, and you are one of those people.
Yeah.
And it's like being, if you see yourself as smart, being recognizing you're an idiot
Mhm,
is is incredibly painful. If you see yourself as divinely beautiful and complete, and then especially in terms of like being sullied by having had a man's child, right?
yeah.
You all of the things it takes to all like it's the just the rigidity to your point about that worldview is that you not only got suckered, but you lost a lot, right? You lost your child, you lost your innocence, you lost your, you know, your purity in their worldview,
Yeah, and your
and
credibility.
their credibility, the value. Like it's a lot easier to double down on something that might still work because it hasn't completely blown up yet,
Mhm.
than to break your brain. Because I mean, we all, for the most part, especially if you're going to be bold enough to put yourself out on the internet as a guru for making good choices, you have to have a lot of self-efficacy and self-esteem, right?
Yeah.
So if you but if your self-esteem is tied up in these like rigid titles and difficult, and like your purity or whatever,
Mhm.
it's, I don't know, like it's just like, can you imagine the level of pain it takes. I think it's the shame and the pain and the fact that now I got to be a woman whose child is, who can't have access to their child because
Mhm.
I, you know, like like
I mean, but can we let's have an honest conversation about
of
that
course.
part of it too. Why the fuck are we still on it? Let me tell you something. My daughter's father called himself keeping my child away from me. This was in like 2019 or whatever. I was distraught.
Mhm.
And there's no way in hell. And this is not, I'm not, or I'm trying not to, please don't take it as a judgment. I guess it is a judgment, but I mean no harm by it. I don't understand people that vent to the internet. I'll tell y'all a story after everything is sewn up and oh yeah, this is my lore, but I'm not coming while I'm actively in pain or because none of y'all can help me. None of
Right.
y'all can help me, and most of y'all aren't inclined to help me.
True.
So there's nothing to be gained by bringing it to the internet except more eyes, and now you got to deal with more people saying stuff, and then you're probably more susceptible to the types of things they're saying. You are going to get that nana boo boo, whether you were doing the I'm better than you or not. You still get that nana boo boo. So it doesn't help anything, but
Mhm.
that's also the master's tools. If you're using the master's tools to try to build your house and build your palace or whatever it is that you've built for yourself, this idea around these divine femininity and traditional this and that and the other and blah 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 blah, that is the fucking cage.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's
That
the
is what
cage.
I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. You will not, exactly that. You will not outfox the master at his in his tools. You won't. Like
Mhm.
if you're using exactly, and the divine femininity, the da 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 da, like if you think that there is any way to control, if you really think that you could be good enough to inspire a man to do
Mhm.
the right thing.
You're sadly mistaken.
But and gotta I shout out to her, but I shout out to her because in these conversations it is so apparent. The thing that I appreciate about Shira Seven is she's not giving you romanticized views of this shit. She's like, this is the system, these are
Mhm.
the players, these are the tools, this is how you use the tools, this is what you do, these are the expectations. She's not telling you, oh yeah, he's gonna love your dirty drawers and he's gonna be so grateful that I mean she'd say he's grateful, but it's all transactional. It's never outside of it's not, oh yes, I'm a mystical alchemist and did this. No, it's this is what makes these niggas tick. This
Mhm.
is what makes these niggas bark. This
Yeah.
is what makes these niggas pay. This it tells you everything, and then you get to make a practical decision and plan around that information to say, okay, this is the work I'm willing to do. Because it's work. It's
Right.
work. It's
And a
not
man
just
is not a
casual.
plan, though. A man is not a plan, and that doesn't mean that you don't get to love, or you don't get to have these stories, and you don't get a person. And I know that you mean very well, Princess Amani. It's not that about. I don't even think about the insecurity as much, even though you're right that there's definitely an insecurity in these people, because you can't be secure in these subjective things. There's no way to truly build a foundation where you have security when it is so fragile and about things that are so
Arbitrary.
arbitrary, are so demeaning,
Mhm.
right? Look at how
And
much you have to demean yourself.
you're dealing with people who, if they're playing in these arenas that you in these energies that you are trying to utilize for your good, they are not stable for you and they are not safe for you. Even if you do everything right, just the act of getting older with them in these paradigms can be enough for them to discard you. You can
Yep.
still look good and everything. I've seen women on here that look amazing and they're coming and they're crying talking about their husband is leaving them.
Mhm.
Exactly. And so like you can't be with a man who thinks that way. Like you can I don't think you can have a healthy relationship with a misogynist man. Whatever is in like just like how you can't have a healthy self-image if you hate any of your identities, you can't have you can't have a healthy romantic relationship and partnership with a man that is anti-woman. That man is your op. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
And like the piece about wanting to be wined and dined and all of the things, there's nothing wrong with that. But I think that there's
Nothing wrong with that, and that's the bare fucking minute. I told you it's going to have to make sense to me. If I'm
Mhm.
going to do it, when
I
I sit down with myself and go over what happened, it's going to have to make sense to me.
it's so funny because every Leo I've ever met, they are so good at getting these things done. I don't know what it is. I do it wrong. I'll just admit it. I do it wrong. Like
I
I
got
don't.
sick and tired. I wasn't always good at. I'm trying to tell you, I was always that person. I'm like, oh no, I'm just here for the vibes, and I don't want anybody to think, and I don't want anybody to think, and I don't want anybody to think. And then one day I had to go. I've been doing a lot of thinking, and these niggas been running all over me. You're going to have to give me my shit up front.
Facts.
And it's not even that I'd be like, oh, I don't want them to think, I don't want them to think. It's more so of like, I don't even. It's definitely something I'm trying to unpack in my own mind. Like it's just one of those of like I don't even ask. It's not even that I don't or do want them to think.
Yeah.
I just don't even consider whether or not like I'm gonna get what I'm gonna get. Like I'm not gonna do without. So if I want it, I don't even give you an opportunity to tell me no. And I'm not saying that. I'm not even saying that like to compare or one up you. It's just that like for me, maybe because I've been so disappointed by men in my life that
When you say what you say about like not giving them the opportunity, it's that. But what you said before that was you basically were saying that I'm getting stuff that you don't know how to get. And that's where I'm like, are you actually going in knowing what you want and putting that ahead of everything else?
Well, what I want is the love, right? I want the companionship, and you can only get that from time and experience. And so I'm just kind of chilling until we get because I mean, I live pretty well, and
Well,
thank God for God,
Well, you know what, too? We had a conversation and you pointed something out to me that I wasn't even paying attention to. And you were like, it sounds like you just kind of, when someone approaches you, you're just kind of like, okay, well, what is here for me? And that is something that I've gotten like, you know what? All right, you're coming. Let me see what you got. And I'm sitting and I'm evaluating and I'm just like, okay, I see you got this. I see you got that going on. Well, I want this. And I do kind of go in, but again, it's like, I need to, when this ends, when this ends, I no longer want to walk away from this and feel like something was taken and I didn't get something that compensates me properly for what I feel like I gave.
Yep.
That's a good point. I mean, I think that to acknowledge what you're saying, right? To make sure that there is that I got something out of this instead of just being like, oh, I'm here for the experience or the plot to everybody's point. Like, okay, no, like I want to make sure I got something out of this. I think that's a good point.
Because I am the vibes. I'm the vibe. I take the vibes with me wherever I fucking go. So I'm not coming for vibes. I am the vibes. So what the fuck am I here? What's going on here?
I agree. I will say that in terms of like the idea of, guys being treacherous, right? I think that we have to acknowledge that there's a biological thing too. Like women, like our actual hormones every single month are trying to get us pregnant. Like you are not like it is there is something very reptilian about the way that we as women interact with the world. And so we're not I hate the idea of elevating logic over emotion, and I hate the idea of elevating the art like anything over just what could happen to you. And I'm not saying that you don't want to pick and choose what you do in these scenarios, but I think that the idea that you just kind of you can't imagine why you would just jump on a dude. Like, I surely can. I surely can. And the version of me that is at week 1 versus the version of me at week 3 and the version of me at week 4 is in a complete. I joke with my
Age
homegirls
is
real quick,
important too.
real
I
quick.
want to bring
I
the
want to
fact
finish this thought real quick. The version every time I finish my period, and I've called my homegirls on this so many with this so many times. Every time I go into my period, I'm always like, "How do I make it?" And I be forgetting. I
Right.
be forgetting how I get through this every time. Like, there's a certain amount of like the chemicals in your brain are also doing things to you.
Yeah, it kind of
two
overrides your
things.
logic sometimes. Sorry.
Two things. Age is important because when I sit and I think, like I said, all the women I've mentioned are in their mid to late 20s. I remember a big part of the bullshit that the niggas that got to do what they got to do to me, I'm talking about my baby fathers, got by was because of me being in a space of like, I'm this age, and so that means this.
Mhm.
I'm this age, so that means I need to be doing this. My life needs to look like this. I should be at this milestone. And so I do think, because somebody mentioned something about something, and it sparked something earlier, being at that age between like 25 and 30, I remember that rush at like 28. That's how I wound up bringing my oldest daughter's father into my home, because I'm like, I'm 28 now. I need to be settled by 30.
Oh wow.
And so that feeling of like, oh yeah, this guy is right here, and okay, I'm not looking for reasons to exclude him. I'm looking for reasons to make him the guy because I need this to happen on this timeline,
Right.
right? So that's something too. Also, to your point, Les, those biological things. When I was 28, another thing that was happening was I had my daughter already. I had my daughter, but she was older. She was like 9 or
Mm.
something. And I remember being in a space where I would like take her fingers and be like, oh, mama, like she was a baby. I can remember feeling my body betraying me in that way of like, we need a baby type of thing happening to me
Oh
at that point
wow.
in time. So I do understand very much so that idea of like that the biology of it all.
Mhm. Yeah, that's a good point. I feel as though, like, when you get stuck in those, in that framework of like, this is what my life needs to look like at this age, or like even like I will say for me, for example, I was in a relationship and like the I guess like I was hung up on the natural progression of the relationship. Is like, oh, we're at this benchmark
Mhm.
of our relationship. We need to be engaged, or like by this point I need to
Yeah.
be married and all this stuff, and not really yeah, it was like a lot of like outside noise that I took in, because I feel like the religion portion like definitely helped with that, so to speak. It help is the like, is subjective there, but it was just like, well, well, you should be like, I was in the talking stage with the guy for a while. I guess like for what people would say is a long time. But I was
Mhm.
like, they were asking like, "Oh, why you guys are still in the talking stage?" And it's like, "Yeah, I'm just trying to I'm like I haven't had the best of luck, so I'm just trying to like, keep it at this stage as long as I can so I can make the right decision." And then also it was like waiting on him to establish the relationship as well, which was stupid. I'll say that. On my part, I'm realizing that it was just like, yeah, it was like kind of like I realized that I relinquished a lot to like the cosmos and like to everyone else but myself in making that choice of like how to proceed and things like that. But yeah, you kind of get like Les said, you kind of get stuck on well, like to Les's point, kind of get stuck on like what's meant to happen, what's supposed to happen. It's like you kind of, like you said, like you get overridden by like the emotions, the hormones, the all this stuff that it's like, this is where you're supposed to be at this age. You're supposed to be, and like to your point, to level up, sorry. You're supposed to be like at this stage of life, and like, if you're not, then it kind of everyone else around you is there, why aren't you there, kind of thing. Like even now, like I've seen like a lot of I've seen at least maybe 5 weddings within the last 4 months, I haven't been to them, but like I've seen like, like people within my like immediate friend group or like acquaintances like show off their wedding photos and stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, that could have been me, but I'm glad it's not because it made me realize, I mean, the relationship itself made me realize that this is not what I want. It's too much. um yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, most definitely. I say all the time that like I am so privileged to not have gotten what it is I thought I wanted at that time. And not necessarily because wanting those things was bad, but because the people that I was so gung ho about doing those things with were not the right people. And
Mhm.
even if I had gotten them I would be sitting here a divorcee. And I know I was talking to my oldest daughter recently, and she was like, "Mom, I know for a fact, you probably would have been divorced from my dad in under a year." And I'm like, "It would,"
Wow.
because it was more so about
Mhm.
for me, and even in the time, I understood that me specifically, I understood that I was focused on the timeline, and I was focused on, well, as a mother, I need to be doing this, and this. And in my mind, I was like, it would be better to be a divorcee than a single mother, for validation purposes. But
Mhm.
also, and it's not that I didn't genuinely want to have a happy life with that person, but it
Of
was
course.
just like I know what it is I'm trying to do for us, but I also see that this person is in
Can't.
opposition to me, just likes to be
Mhm.
oppositional to me. And so if he can't relax and basically, say yes to heaven, then that's
Mhm.
cool. But at
Right.
least I'll be able to say I hit that milestone, and then
Right.
I'll be able to walk off and just do whatever from there.
Right. It's crazy because it's just like, hold on, what do I want to say? Yeah, I feel like I think to your point, like you have this idea that it's like, you know, you want like yeah, you want things to work out, of course, but like you recognize that like the person that you're with isn't willing or able for whatever reason to give that to you. But like at the same time, like you guys have that common bond with having a child together. So it's just like you would sometimes I feel like we assume as women, we assume um that like the men in our lives are on the same wavelength as it were because
Yes.
it's like they're with
Yes.
us. So it's
Yes.
like but they're not really with us. So it's like
They're not.
they don't care, and it's crazy because it's just like, ugh, just thinking about, like, the things that I, like, let not even let slide, but, like, I kinda gave grace for that weren't, like, grace worthy of grace, so to speak, that,
Yeah.
like, he would, on the other hand, like, he don't care about that, like, not in the sense of, like, if it wasn't congruent with him, it wasn't going to move forward, yet I was able to, like, make concessions and things like that, and that was he was expecting those concessions to be made on my
He
part as
would.
well, so it's like, "Damn." But yeah, so it's just like you imagine that, like, they're able to make these decisions with you or, like, that they're able to, unite their lives with you in a way, and yet they don't that I think, like, they kinda bank on people like that kinda bank on your delusion, so to speak.
Yeah. They bank on your delusion, and they bank on attachment to attachment to these institutions and things, and or your fear of missing out. Now I
Mm,
know for a fact that my oldest daughter's father was very astute in like studying people
interesting, that's
and picking out like what he can use as leverage against people. And I feel like if he felt like marrying me would have kept me stuck
mhm.
in more of a way, that he probably would have married me just to stick. You get what I'm saying? Like just
Yeah, just
Yeah.
to,
to
like,
keep me
keep
stuck.
you
But
yeah,
because he saw that I was very not non-committal, but I was more so like, oh yeah, I don't like this. I'm going away. Then I'm not going to give you the benefit that you want of being married, because it's not going to give me the
yeah.
benefit that I want of being able to own you.
Yeah. Wow. So when you found that out, like, I mean, how did you like, I guess, like, that's something that you found out like down the line as far as like his ability to suss people out, so to speak, or is that
No,
something
it
that he
was
like was outright with?
the funny part about it is all of this stuff that I'm articulating now was stuff that was casual knowledge from me, but the way that I interpreted it was different. I
Mm.
just was like, oh, he's just being, we're young. We're young. You know,
Mhm.
because I met him when we were 18, 19 years old.
Oh, wow.
So the whole time when it was over, I was like 28, 29. So in all that time, I'm thinking, we're young. We'll get older. I'm basically waiting out. He's trying to sow his oats, those types of things. So it was like when he would be manipulative, when he would be mean, all of those types of things. I understood it as mean. I
Mhm.
maybe even understood it as manipulative,
Yeah.
but I just was kind of like,
We're young.
he's got to grow up sometime. You know,
Oh,
like I really
yeah.
wasn't. I wasn't taking it as yo, he's being mean to me in this very specific way that he knows is hurtful for these specific, like this is
Mhm.
evil. This is beyond just, oh, we're just having uh problems getting along or whatever. This person is actively, and not only that, but he would tell me things. He would be like, oh yeah, I don't want to be with you, but if you ever got with somebody, like seriously, I would do everything I could do to break y'all up. Like
Um,
it was just really,
yeah.
and I would read that as he's just so immature. You know, like
Yeah. Yeah.
instead, I need to get this nigga away from me. Like,
Mhm.
I mean, but there's something also to be said for the fact that everything, like, for example, your gift of gab or somebody else's gift of being able to analyze a situation, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to use it for evil. Like, the thing is what it is, right? Like, I get into this conversation all the time with people about even tools, right?
Mhm.
Like, you can use, like, for example, gunpowder was fireworks before it became something else, right? So when we think about how we recognize that people have these different personality traits, it depends on their values and their mindset to be able to decide how they're going to employ them. So, for example, when we think about somebody who's good at managing people, it could have been that he used that to help calm you down when you were anxious, right?
Mm.
Like,
Mhm.
yeah, but this is the thing.
but this is a
Everything
different person. He chose to be a different person.
I agree with everything you're saying, but the problem was that Disney princess programming had me thinking that I could get him to switch.
Right.
And because
Right.
yes, I was reading him the way you're talking about. I'm like, okay, he has the gift of gab, and he has leadership qualities, and I'm doing this, and I'm about to be
Yeah.
his PR and his manager and his image consultant and all this other stuff. But the problem is that he's his own autonomous person,
Mhm.
and his morals are not my morals. And
Mhm.
if he wants to be a charlatan and use all of those things for evil, there's no way I'm going to be able to. But I was thinking that I would be able to convince
Yeah.
him to use his powers for good.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that what came up for me as you were talking is that, like, one of the things that in my experience with my exes I should have been looking for is this guy on my side, like deliberately on my side, not finds value in me, not finds me, not wants to be with me, not is interested in me, but are they on my side? Are they rooting for me? Do they want me to have the things that I want? Are they actively supporting me in getting those things?
Right.
Because a lot of times we socialize men to see things differently than women do. Men are socialized to think that they are here to get everything that they possibly can out of every single situation that they possibly can. And so we socialize men to think that being partnered is them limiting their ability to get the most out of life. Whereas we socialize women, exactly the opposite. We socialize women to get an inch wide and a mile deep. We socialize men to get a mile wide and an inch deep in multiple different places. So our energies are completely, to your point, like where we find um how we kind of get to the, like, for example, the world's richest man has a bajillion children out there that he's just looking at women, no intention of being partnered with or whatever, no intention of being, he truly is building a harem of just women who have his babies, right? That's the value prop. And it's important to point out, I think, that a lot of times the guys who are thinking that, oh, you would be good for my program,
Yeah.
are truly not coming at it from a place of we'll work together. They're truly thinking that they have to bear you down, wear you down, all of the intelligence and the things that they're attracted for, right? Because, like, you could be his manager. Maybe the next step would be his manager, but he needs to have you in a certain mindset as it relates to him, right?
Yeah.
So,
Oh, absolutely. It was because the way it would be with him, I was still being young. That's why I say, like, I get the whole doing it for the plot. And, I was one of those people that felt like I could not live without sex. And so there were times where he benefited from me feeling like, number one, feeling like I couldn't live without sex. And number two, buying into that whole body count situation and being like, oh, well, he knows my body and I'm cool with us not being, which I was like, ultimately we were not compatible, but it was one of those things where I would be like, okay, you know what? He doesn't want to be with me. Cool. But we like having sex with each other. I'll have sex. Let's have sex. But when I would come to him with that, we're just having sex mindset, he wouldn't like that. Like, I would be doing some stuff like we're not kissing on the mouth and we're not doing like, I would have rules and boundaries and stuff in place so that if we're just fucking, we're just fucking. And he would be on some stuff like, ugh, what the fuck is this? Like, I remember one time he was like, you like a nigga. And I'm like, what do you want? You keep telling me you don't want to be with me. You can have the whole shebang.
Right.
But you don't want it. And I'm trying to respect, your autonomy.
You're trying to have the girlfriend experience.
Yeah. Like, and he would be the one on some stuff like, well, maybe those would be the times when he'd be like, well, maybe we should try. Maybe we could. You get what I'm saying? So it wasn't
totally
me just kind of being like, okay.
Girl, with the way how I'm like, and the reason why I don't want to say that you're dumb or any, I don't like when women say that they're dumb because you are not a fortune teller. Right? And you can't control what's coming to you. And I would hate for the message to be never assume that you got lucky, right? Never assume that good things could happen to you. Never assume that the women who have those things are just lucky and chosen and better than you. Like, we are all out here, learning from our experiences and putting ourselves out there. And I think every time we take a shot, I think that's an incredibly brave and important thing to do. And I think that only boss ass bitches do it. Like, the idea of saying that I'm never going to give myself the opportunity to make a fool of myself like that again is in a lot of ways cowardly. But in terms of how we interpret the things that are coming to us and make decisions as they're coming, right? The point about not saying to yourself that you're going to be choosing for the guy who is not into you but makes you excited, right? Like, choosing for the guy who makes you feel like the guy you have the most history with, right? So you know him the best, you know how to deal with it. I think that one of the things that we as women often, I'll say for me, I did not search for was a guy who was actually on my side, a guy who I could see repeatedly rooting for me. Like, I was with guys who were my haters. I was with guys who did not want to hear the things that I came up with, didn't want to see my work, it felt like I was being felt like every time that we were having a conversation, it was a mental battle of wills, and it was
Yes.
or even when they were appreciating me and doing all of the things that I thought were positive. And I've definitely met guys, ironically, who are not are not like progressive in any way, who admired so much about me and valued me, sometimes more than other guys who said that they were more progressive. I think that there's something also to be said for the fact that a lot of times men don't see women as people. They see women as
Accessories, commodity.
accessories. Like they're like, you are coming on my program, so I need to break you in like a dog. I need
You're a
to
reflection of me.
right.
Yeah, it's gross.
I definitely look down on people who don't. I think it's a character flaw when people see like their dogs, their cats, the things that are alive and around them as not being like not being about nurturing them, but only being about them adding to your life. Like not
Mhm.
recognize the reciprocity there. Like the mentality around reciprocity, I think, is a foundational skill and a foundational value
Mhm.
that is required for being a good partner. And if a guy does not, if a guy doesn't have that in his mind, and if a guy doesn't actually seem to be championing you, like actually makes you, like one of the things I find is really exciting about like Zendaya and Tom Holland, for example, is that you can tell that man is actually happy for her. You can tell that
Yeah.
man is actually like, it's not just, oh, she's beautiful. It's not just, oh, whatever. Like, he be coming out to support her. He be coming out, like she be doing her own thing all the time. And
Mhm.
her projects that have nothing to do with him, and her
Mhm.
projects that are, you know, out there just killing it, you could tell, like even when you watch those shows where the runner's partner was a football player, and he was so happy, he was like, "Give me that!" and like he was losing his shit. Like, I think that the only way that women don't get got in these situations where the guy is an actual fan. You know
Mhm.
what
It's
I mean?
true.
The thing you have to remember about these situations too, and even these situations that we're talking specifically about Wizard Liz and Cardi B. I don't know so much about. I think 21 Savage is just like, look, as long as you ride, and I'm gonna just do whatever I want to do.
Mhm.
But those guys in particular, like Stefan Diggs and the Wizard Liz guy, it seemed like they came in knowing that they wasn't about shit. And I
Yeah.
think that when, again, this is one of the things that women do when we underestimate just how treacherous these niggas can be. If somebody's coming in knowing that they themselves see you as above them, they're not going to plan for long term because they know that they aren't going to be able to make it long term. They're only going to be able to make it for a certain amount of time, holding that form that they use to trick you. And
Mhm.
so it is one of those things where they recognize if you get even better than they already saw you as when they first met you, you're probably really going to, the jig will be up.
Yep.
So it's in their best interest to try to keep you at least where you were when they met you, if not lower.
Mhm.
Yeah, but if you see that is why I think it's so important. Like, I'm not trying to shove an ideology down anyone's head, but universal human value, I think, just simplifies so much because, like, if there is no way that another person could be better than you, you don't have to fight that. The weight of that, like, trying to maintain your uprightness completely dissolves, you know? And
Well,
so
can I
I
just
think so.
inject here too? You got to remember too, there are a lot of women that don't have a problem with building up a man. Like I said, my whole thing was I'm going to build this man up. I see we've got good bones, and
Mhm.
I see some other things, and I see the way that I can arrange these things so that this could be a wonderful thing. And my viewpoint, my vision included him as being the head of whatever, because I really genuinely don't care about who's at the head or that type of stuff doesn't matter to me as long as everything is flowing properly and I'm getting what I need and everybody else around us is getting what they need. So it's not just about that. It's also about these guys don't, I want to say they don't care, but also I feel like they might not even be able to see, and or they penalize women for looking at them and seeing their inherent value and seeing like, hey, I actually, you think you're stupid, I think you're smart. This is how I see your intelligence playing out for me, and this is how I want to put your intelligence to work for us. They don't want to hear, because another part of that is that resentment of you bringing that sauce or you being the catalyst to their self actualization. The
Yeah.
socialization of men makes it all but impossible for a woman to take a pivotal role in the development of a man.
Yes, and it's such a lie because this is how patriarchy X over men.
Yep.
The men at the top convince all of us that they got it off of their own excellence. And
Yeah.
it is just fundamentally false.
Mm-hmm.
There is not a thread of truth in it. Nobody is out here becoming the world's richest man by their intelligence and good genes. That's not the truth,
No.
right? And so in these kind of, when men see a guy like Musk, or a guy like, let's not even put it at Elon Musk, a guy like Kevin Samuels, kind of presenting this kind of suave, intelligent man that, even though he's not attractive to us as women, it is attractive to men because it seems like he's got that kind of je ne sais quoi of a man of respect,
If
at least
nothing
at
else, he doesn't
barber.
need a woman.
Right.
He's at least a dude who's going to not who guys in the barber shop are going to stop and listen to, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I think about the what patriarchy and capitalism teach men, it is often isolation. It is often, you aren't shit if you didn't do it all by yourself. The whole idea of a self-made man. There's no such thing. But the resentment that these men have for not being this thing that is inherently unachievable makes it so that the people at top never actually have competition, because if the men are down at down beneath them in this worldview, are constantly fighting, constantly losing relationships, constantly missing out on opportunities, constantly destroying their lives,
Mm-hmm.
what what fear do you need at the top, right?
Right.
Because guess what? Rich men stay married. They stay married. Never forget that. Rich men never are without a woman who is especially when you think about rich men who got their money from businesses, not scams, right? From things that they built, not scams. A lot of times their woman is not stupid either,
Right.
right? And she is also somebody who has amassed something and is goal oriented or whatever. And so I think that the part about specifically the hierarchy, if a guy is bought into the hierarchy even anyway, if a woman is bought into hierarchy in any way, right? It is going to blow up in your face.
Yep.
No one can keep that up.
Mm-mm.
It is like, no, to your point, women are gonna get older. Your coochie gonna dry up. Your dick gonna be limp, right? You are no, like, things happen. A tornado could come and take your house. You
Right.
know what I mean? It don't gotta be that you made a bad choice. It really
Mm-hmm.
don't gotta be that you made a bad choice, right? And I think that a part of the whole "you earned it, you deserved it, you're the chosen one, all things are working together for your good," take away in a lot of ways our ability to learn self-respect, to know that we're going to be able to handle it, that
Yeah.
there's nothing that like being a mom, regardless of whether or not you were able to get the relationship to work out, you still are just as valuable as a person as anybody else.
Yep.
Like those, like me not being a mom, the all right, Princess Imani.
Listen, they said it get better, it get wetter later.
Yeah.
They said
Yeah.
you go
Well,
around this
I'm
time
happy
is the
for
time.
you.
Right.
So
Okay, I'm
you, if
happy
your
for you.
biology is having a problem right now, it's because this is the time.
Facts.
Okay. Well, either way, as long as you as long as you are out here with the cluster that is being alive, right? You gonna get egg on your face. So
True.
for me, the part that is the shame that we walk around with for being identified as not the chosen one, not the special one, kind of like this NPC that is that got by the system and wasn't brave enough, strong enough, pretty enough, chosen enough, whatever. That story arc dying, I think, is such an important part of getting out of the delusion so we can make our own stories. Like so many, my friend said this to me the other day. A lot of us feel like we're about to die when we're 30 because women are told that they're dead, that their life is set when they're 30.
Yep.
Like we truly do not think. Like the other day, I don't even remember if it was you I was talking to or if it was somebody else, but like the idea if you don't have a man, you would rather die. Like, girl, what? Like
Yeah.
nothing like the idea that you're here to check boxes of achievement, right?
Mhm.
And this is the stenciled life experience of like, okay, if you can color within these lines, then you are truly um a good girl. And
Mhm.
Yeah.
it's like, and you are truly doing it right.
Yep.
It's that is the problem. That is the problem. We are out here setting ourselves up and setting everyone else up
Mhm.
for failure because you can't control who you were born to. You can't control if you are a prince, if you were born a princess, right?
Right.
You can't control if you were born to a family where your parents stayed together.
Yep.
You can't control if you were born not with the metabolism to make you thin
Right.
naturally, right? A lot of the things that we're out here feeling bad about are things that are not about us at all.
No.
Are entirely about the roll of a dice, and I think that the shame that we walk around with is, I think, the reason why we get got because
Good
we feel like
point.
we can't be on. We're not being honest. We're frantic
Yeah.
about getting found out that we are not that girl. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
do definitely that girl, the that girlness is one of the problems with even in tying all of the threads together because Wizard Liz thought she was that girl.
Mhm.
What's that child name?
Lotto.
Lotto thought she was that girl. Cardi is that girl, but she wanted to feel like that girl. Like what's the face
Mhm.
was able to slip in when Offset was being a jerk and
Yeah.
make her feel like that girl. And Stephco was chasing the feeling of being that girl.
How a man
Mhm.
treats you does not in any way decide whether or not you are that
Yeah,
girl.
that's all.
How
That's true.
Yeah.
people respond to you, like you decide if you're that girl or not. I know that sounds delusional, but
Mhm.
I truly believe now in my experience that so much of it is us looking for somebody else to see that we're that girl. And I'm not saying that we don't need community. I'm not saying that we don't need validation. I'm not saying that I'm not trying to, but like,
I think it's about like localizing where that validation comes from and like who to accept that validation from because I don't
Yeah.
think you
yeah,
know I don't think it's like pertinent for like total strangers to necessarily determine whether or not you're that girl because they don't know your ins and outs. I mean like not
yeah.
many and again not many people do.
I
Sorry. I
mean,
didn't-
It
Yeah.
Yeah,
still
they're still
helps
that
to
girl to me.
have
They're all
that.
still that girl.
It still helps to have that external, because that's something not in fuck these niggas, but like
Right.
when it comes to just me in life in general,
Mm-hmm.
there is a point in time where I'm just like, okay, I can sit and be like, I'm so smart, I'm so this, I'm so that. But if I'm not seeing the fruits of that in the world at large, I'm not going to fall apart. But
Right.
I am going to be in a space of like, okay, girl, are you just being delusional and like you say, Les, idle? Like, are you? Am I just
Woo! You
puffing
know
myself
how
up in the
Right.
background? But you get what I'm saying. Like, there are
Yeah.
times when I have to go, okay, girl, like
Yeah.
I need to prove something to me. And I
Yeah,
do kind of need to see the fruits of whatever it is I think I am doing, saying, being, whatever in the
True.
real world.
True. And I
yeah,
think yeah, I'm sorry. I was gonna say, I think at that point, like once you realize that, like you're able to make that decision, like make the decision to, like, I guess, what's the word, to align being that girl with with that girl decision, so to speak. So like, I would say, for like with the Wizard Liz, like finally realizing, you know what, I'm not gonna white knuckle this anymore. You could
hmm
think whatever you want to think about me. Like, is like recognizing like, oh wow, I'm really like giving up my power to this situation, so to speak. I mean, like that's kind of like a, what's it called? A very simplistic way of like summarizing the situation, but like, at some point, that self-reflection like helps your
Yeah.
decisions to align with that persona, so to speak.
Yeah, to get some stuff going. Princess Amani makes an excellent point, and I literally have up on my wall, on my whiteboard, it says naivete equals innocence due to lack of wisdom, knowledge, or experience. So that's
Mm.
very important. And I do also want to emphasize that there is an attack on the idea of innocence,
Mhm.
specifically when we're talking about dealing with men and sexuality and stuff like that. They'll do it to children, they do it to everybody. They always try to negate the person's innocence because they feel like innocence um, is a protection
Mhm.
against predation, against malice, against malevolence. And
Mm.
so adultifying kids and adultifying black women and girls and things like that is a way of saying, oh, you don't get to be misguided, ignorant, or lack knowledge. You knew what it was. You knew what I want. I was watching I was watching for a little bit on TikTok today. They were having a live about getting flued out. And the men were on one side basically saying, oh, if a man wants to fly you out, you already know what time it is. Da-da-da-da-da. But they're also acknowledging that the men will not just outright say, hey, you fucking if I bring you out here. And so
Exactly.
it's like you already know that there's this tip. Why are you? Let's focus on why you feel the need to tiptoe around it. If it's something that's supposed to just be understood and you want to hold the woman to understanding that once they get there, why
Yeah,
can't it just be said?
right. They feel
but
like it
even
doesn't have to
but,
be for whatever reason. Sorry.
no, don't be sorry. Finish your thought.
No, I was saying like the men feel like it's a lot of this like elusiveness when it comes to like conversations pertaining to like especially sex and sexuality. I feel like it's like, oh well, you should have known, but even though I didn't tell you, like it's kind of like it's meant to be like this unwritten rule, but I think it's like a way for them to kind of, well, not kind of, it's a way for them to avoid accountability or like,
Yeah, because if you
yeah,
come, I'm not going to say it. Here's the thing. Here's the unspoken truth of it. I'm not going to say it to you because if I say it to you,
you're
then
gonna
you can outright tell me no,
hmm
or you can decide that you're not coming. And I want to get you there because if I get you there, I don't know who watches It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. The dentist, the implication is that either you won't be able to get away and you have to give me what I want, or I can browbeat you or physically
hmm
beat you or shame you for
into
not
giving
giving
you
me what I want because you came all the way there. Now you've taken something from me without compensating me. When again, we could just have the conversation up front and you could say yes or no, but I
hmm
don't want to do that because I don't want to risk having an outright no. I'd rather go through this whole, anxiety written thing where at the end, at the very least, I can get the satisfaction of calling you a teasing whore.
Yeah.
And let's just also say that a lot of times guys don't like girls who give them consent for stuff like that, right? Like they don't want they don't, I don't know if it's that they don't value consent or they don't see it as sexy, right? But a lot of times when the idea that, like, to our earlier point about, like, they want to think that you're thinking something can come from this because they want to be that guy without having to be that guy. They want to have the girlfriend experience without having to be the type of guy that's like, the Dominic Toretto. Like, it's so funny because a lot of times these shows are marketed towards men and they are, putting up on a pedestal the type of guy who's super family oriented and loyal and all of the things. And so they aspire to be the crime mob boss, or they aspire to be the Dominic Toretto or the Captain America, even if they don't, or the Superman, even if they don't verbally say that.
Yeah.
But there's something also to the fact that if they don't want to have to live up to that.
Exactly.
And they don't want to have to they're afraid in a lot of ways of not being able to. So they make the wrong choice. They make choices that don't align with that, so they don't have to see if they would be, right? And I think that there's also something to be said for the fact that, like, the point of coming in and trying to con a woman to be with a wizard Liz, right? Because that guy was plotting. He was a con artist, right? That the idea that some guys are so idle, right? My favorite word, but it's so true, right? Some people don't have any goals, aspirations, or they're so miserable about how their resentment towards the world that they want to make it a worse place just to reinforce the fact that they think that they're right, as well as to just make sure to rub it in the lib's face, right? Like to drink lib tears, or to drink feminist tears, right? Like there's some the I don't know anything about Stefan or whatever his last name, Dibs. Yes, Dibs. And I don't know anything about like I said, I'm not a rap person, so I wasn't listening to like the what's his name, Offset and his crew, right? Like, but I've never envied Snoop Dogg's wife or Ice Cube's wife. Like even the ones who stay married to their girl, they out here doing Trump gigs. They out here doing all manner of evil. Like,
let's get into that crack rock. So what's interesting to me is I stumbled across, like, a couple months ago. Years ago I did a TikTok about Iceberg Slim, and specifically Iceberg Slim and Robert Greene, because I was talking about how they sell Robert Greene's books, like a bundle of his books, on TikTok. And it brought to mind the fact that I had seen Robert Greene sitting himself and talking, the author of 48 Laws of Power and Seduction and all those other things, talking about how people tend to mistake his books as like these manuals that you use to, manipulate your way to the top. And it made me think about Iceberg Slim, who was a former pimp, who started writing books about his life as a pimp, and come to find out these books were cautionary tales from his perspective. He was writing them as cautionary tales. But you have, when you brought up the rappers like Ice Cube and Ice-T, specifically Ice-T comes to mind, using these as these blueprints for their personas that they use to get into the cultural zeitgeist, to become the people that they are now, to come and then in their 50s and 60s and whatever wag their fingers at these whores like Meg the Stallion and this and that and the other for rapping about what they rap about. Mind you, there was another guy I happened to see, an older rapper. I don't remember his name, but it was Ice T.
Right.
Ice T was sitting and being interviewed by some other old man and was talking about how he used Iceberg Slim's books as a reference point of like, yeah, this is how you do it. And he was like, yeah, we would read those books and then we would build a persona around what we were reading and we would rap and use that. So basically, they're saying these were alter egos. These weren't who these people actually were.
Right.
And they built this space where authenticity meant talking this bullshit that they weren't even living. And so now that he had these kids like Lil Baby and all them other people that are actually living and shooting and killing people and being and living a street life, and then saying, okay, now I've lived this life and now I can rap about it. And people want to point their fingers at these kids, but they got the idea from y'all,
Yep.
you old bastard, that this was
Yup.
to be.
Yep.
Yup.
And y'all weren't even doing it. Y'all were just playing.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is that they're whores. Like, I don't want to gender that word. They did it for money. They sold out their values. They denied, they were being dishonest, because they weren't living that life, to your point, right? They were getting married super young to the same girl and having but still talking about being in the club when they know that they ain't there. They're home with their children, right? Like coaching soccer. Like
Right.
they sold out these they sold out themselves and they sold out their communities
Yep.
because Kanye, Snoop, all of them make when they do the things they do around like supporting 47 or supporting like dishonesty, right? They are often selling out the younger men, and so a lot of times these younger men think that they are so loyal to somebody who don't like them. Like that's the part that really breaks my heart, is that like these men are trying so hard to get to be adopted by these men who are deliberately vicious towards them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I feel bad for 47 supporters. Like it's like truly he hates them the most.
Yep.
He hates them the most. Like, and it's like I don't know about like, they say Snoop Dogg is Unc and everybody has this positive relationship with him, but the idea that one year him can say, I want to see who these candy ass people who are going to show up to play for his concert, and then the next time
he's a candy ass person.
You see what I'm saying? It's like whatever you on, homie, like you are not somebody that has any credibility. And as a Black woman, right? Like I'm not pretending that we don't have our own foolishness and stuff like that. But I think that as a Black woman, a lot of times, a lot of women are not trying to tell, especially in the Black community. A lot of times, women are not trying to sell you a story, right? Maybe the Wizard Liz was trying to sell you a story. I think that there are some times where women are trying to sell you a story, actually.
For sure,
but,
yeah.
Right. There are times, I misspoke. There are times where women are trying to sell you a story, but I think that the way that you keep, thirsting and for this, I don't know. I think that when you decide to break from the matrix, when you to your always analogy about like staring down the void with confidence, right? Staring at the cavern with confidence. I think that if you don't, if no matter whether or not you're a man or a woman, you have to you have to have demonstrable proof that that person has jumped. You know what I mean? They're not on the fence about some of these core things about the value of women,
Mm-hmm.
value of children, the value of men, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
how, like what money means to them, what luxury means to them. And I'm not trying to talk about it from a standpoint of, oh well, you know, you can't have somebody lie to you, or choose better. But I think that there is no such thing as a good man who's homophobic, for example. You can't be, there's no such thing, because what you resent those men for is their femininity,
Mm-hmm.
right? You don't love, if there are signs that men don't love women, and you can't come at it at the very least from a standpoint of thinking you're going to be the special woman. No, if a man doesn't love women, if a man doesn't love children, if a man can be can be a man's integrity can be, compromised, especially to the extent, I'm not talking about working for a company that you don't like. I'm talking about literally creating a persona based off of BS, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there is no such thing as a good man who is going to do that. I don't care what the pamphlet tells you. You know what I mean? There are things that are that it's like, look, you can't there. I said it before. I don't know if I said it to this community, but I think that there's tons of ways to be a good person, but usually a lot of times the bad ones are a lot alike. You know, like a lot of, like, the one the like, how do I say this? If a lot of the people who are flunkies, basically, same thing we always talk about. Yeah, a lot of them dudes who are just kind of out here just trying to be a lot alike, trying to copy some sort of playbook. They don't have the integrity to be a good partner.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I'm going to show you this because this is what I came across, and I was just like, "Are you freaking
Hey,
kidding
give me
me?"
a quote on Iceberg.
I need a three-way winch that'll play Jasper and Extension, take him around the horn. No Gene or John, that hoe couldn't con, because that trick was never born. She ran off to one of my other boys stealing. So I tried to pressure some of my girls.
One-on-one. Yeah, we gonna talk.
What happened with Iceberg Slim is, yeah, you reading the books, you reading the Donald Goin books, and it's extremely attractive. You know, you think, man, maybe this is what I want to do, you know what I'm saying? And I was already stealing. So I tried to pressure some of my girls. They was like jumping ship. Like, this nigga, I started dressing a little different and shit like that. I remember one of my chicks, she ran off to one of my other boys. She's like, Ice like, trying to send me. I was like, he's like, yo, man, she chose me. I was like, I felt like I was in the Mac. I'm like, man, you know, rest taking propose. Nigga, like, this bitch, you know, she trying to escape this, you know. And she ain't chose, nigga, like, she's like, I don't want it. But anyway, that was just, you know, my little brush in it. But anyway,
I'm just stopping right now because I want you to hear. He said that was just my little brush with it. So he was never a pimp. I want that to be clear and established. That's the only reason I stopped, so that you caught that.
I had an epiphany. This is what he's talking about. I had an epiphany. Iceberg Slim's a writer.
Yeah.
So this is before rap.
Mm-hmm.
If I really, you know, all players want to have their name, like Cube say, I read the Goodyear Plimp. All players want parades for them. Players got egos you can't imagine, so they just want to be like adored, you know? So I was like, but the reason he's known is he's a writer. If I really so much idolized this man that I took in his name because my first name is Tracy, like a girl's name.
Mm-hmm.
But when you growing up in the hood, you say your name Tracy, they say that's a bitch name.
Right.
Now I'm in a fight with you. I just met you. You know what I'm saying? So they used to call me Trey, Crazy Trey. You know, that was early. Then when I got to high school, I would read the Iceberg Slim books, and I would quote Iceberg Slim. I can quote Iceberg Slim. You want to hear Iceberg Slim?
Yeah, yeah. Give me a quote on Iceberg.
I need a three-way winch that'll play Jasper and the stench and take him around the horn. Leave many a mark and be asshole deep and doing the simping.
Man,
I never
Hold
heard you
up.
say that all the year. Hey, you got something to do, man. You got to make sure.
I think that's enough. My point was he built his persona off of someone else's persona that was not him. He was trying to hide who he was and co-opt this other person's persona.
Jay-Z too. A lot of them do it. Jay-Z too.
I see your thing in the back, Mary. To co-opt this, and it's so interesting to me, but I'm gonna go to my thing with Iceberg and Robert Greene.
Yeah. I feel like when you, because that sounds like he's just like not just found out, but like it kind of just dawned on him that it was like a lie, and like people like that don't, well, people in general don't really take kindly to that, and they react in like very volatile ways when they find out they've been had, so to speak. So
Mhm.
that's
Mhm.
just interesting.
It is. But I think that Iceberg Slim, if I understood the stories, because you mentioned him last time too, Iceberg Slim was about that life. But
He lived it.
yeah, but the idea that he was a writer, no, it wasn't that he was a writer. It
Right.
was because he was about that life. Like
Right.
way to miss the because truly I mean Ice-T got to where he is. I know that he had music or whatever, but maybe it's because I'm not from where he's from, or because I of my own musical taste. But like he's famous because of Law and Order. You know what I
That's his
mean?
most infamous, yeah. Yeah, that's how most people know him, I would say.
Right. And I'm not trying to say that that takes anything away from him,
Yeah, of
but
course.
it's one of those of like he is I don't know, like a legacy that does not make being full of crap. A legacy does not make. You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm. Agreed.
Sorry, are y'all hearing me? I'm sorry if y'all hearing me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I didn't mean to. I'm trying to find the thing. I'm looking
No, we
for it.
figured as much. But yeah, no, it's I don't know what to say. But yeah, it is true. Like, and I feel like people, I, I feel like specifically men, they kind of die on that hill where it's like they can't be lied to. They can't. It can't be like if
because they're
you
too logical.
yes, very much so. And I think like to your previous point about 47, I think that's what I mean, obviously like what drives people to him because or like why people hang on for so long is because like they can't accept that they were taken advantage of or they were lied to or that they believed something that wasn't true. Like they find
Right.
ways to like double down or justify like, oh well he had to do that because it's like so he had to lie because he wanted to save America? Like, where does that what?
But
Yeah.
like no, for real. And so and think about all of the things they say about the people who get got, right?
Mm,
Like think of how invested they are in the idea that these stupid people are going to hell, that they're degenerate, that they're basically walking talking like 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 the way that people in who have this mindset talk about the people who they disagree with is so demeaning that to acknowledge that you could have gotten God, it is
mhm.
so it means that you are the object that you hate. You are exactly what you hate, you know? So,
Yep. Like I remember I was watching couples therapy,
mm-hmm,
which was interesting. It was like one couple. The husband was like a Trump supporter. I think he was like 2 times.
gross.
Yeah, and like she was not. She was like, I guess like perplexed as to like how he could like vote against that given I mean vote for him given that we have daughters, things like that. And it was so interesting because like the way he showed up in the relationship as far as anything else, like supporting her and things like that, like it was regarded as better than the other couple, like the other males in the couple dynamic or what have you. But like when it came to talking about Trump and like that, it was like a whole different thing. Like he was like he spoke very like abrasively and abusively like to her about that. And it was just like things that he wouldn't say directly to her in a sense. It's like it was like basically against people who were against Trump, but like not recognizing that his wife is one of those people. So he
Mm-hmm,
was like basically like lumping her in with like Trump derangement syndrome or like being sheep and da 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 da. And like he had to, I think at this point, like after the filming or whatever, like he's no longer supporting Trump because I think he recognized like, how stupid he looked. I mean,
mm-hmm.
also just like his family was at risk of like disintegrating or what have you. But it was just so interesting because it was like he showed up in like the most supportive way for her, except when it came to that. When it came to that, it was like it was like a light switch, like a switch switched. I don't know.
Oh, for sure. No. And like a lot of times, like guys who are, um, mm, Trump supporters are really easily, somebody said this earlier in a thing I was looking at, like they're submissive men.
Hmm.
Like, to be a Republican, usually it means that you are a submissive man. That's all I have for that.
Well, here's what the authors themselves, because it's Iceberg Slim first, and then it's Robert Greene, and people love to use 48 Laws of Power. Robert Greene wrote 48 Laws of Power.
Your autobiography, Pimp, which you wrote, it may have encouraged a lot of young brothers to become pimps. How do you feel about this?
Well, I think the fact that my autobiography, Pimp, the story of my life, the book, I think it's very unfortunate that there have been many misguided young black men who should know better, who missed the whole message in the book. And that was that I was a pretty bright guy, and yet nothing good came to me except the penitentiary and a heroin habit and misery and a complete waste of my life. And it's just incredible that, but of course, when you're street poisoned, a youngster reads the book and he rationalizes. You see, we must have a rationale for stupidity. Anytime we do something stupid, we first got to convince ourselves that we got to do that stupid thing. So they rationalize, oh, this stud, I'm hit with this. I won't get cracked. I won't get caught. I won't go to the joint. I won't go to the penitentiary. I won't use drugs. I won't use heroin. I won't get hooked. I won't be a junkie. I'll be cooler, So the dude is righteous, but I'm more righteous. So I'm more together than this dude. This dude is old, You see, this is the rationale. And that's unfortunate.
The most misunderstood lesson from your books. The 48 Laws of Power, which is my most popular book, a lot of people assumed that all you need to do and get ahead in life is to have these political skills, to be able to deceive people, to be able to crush your enemy totally, to, conceal your intentions, all blah, 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 blah. Being political and knowing how to manipulate is what will lead to success. And I made it clear in the introduction, in the preface to the 48 Laws of Power and in the book itself, that's not the game of life. If all you're after is manipulating people and deceiving them, the game will turn against you at some point. You will reach a point where you'll have made enemies, where people won't like working with you, that you'll have turned so many people off that you will find it harder and harder and harder to gain power. And so what is misunderstood is that there's a very important aspect in the 48 Laws of Power that people ignore, which is building alliances, which is learning how to work with people, which is knowing how to be the perfect courtier, with knowing how to seduce and get people to like you and to be able to please with them and to be able to work with them and to be able to create compelling spectacles that excite them and to make you somebody that recreate yourself, to make yourself somebody exciting and interesting and socially attractive. And That's a huge part of the 48 Laws of Power. And people misunderstand and misread the book as if the only thing that matters is conning and deceiving and manipulating. And it's a lesson that I think it comes from people who don't really read the book seriously and don't really look at all of the laws and the context of them.
I read the 48 Laws of Power. The way that men are so easily like seduced by the most contradictory basic shit. Like every chapter made one claim and then said, but the opposite to be mindful of. So the laws of, like, even in Robert Greene's mind, as he's explaining what it was meant to be, like, I'm not saying that there is no way of being, that like, even when you read the book from Machiavelli, right? Like, he's talking about politics and the realities of governing and all of the above. But the people who are drinking the Kool-Aid of the 48 Laws of Power are very easily impressed. Because, you know, you just...
We talked about this before. Well, I don't know if it was you and me. I think it was me and like Production Inquiry or whatever. But we had the conversation around that. And that's what I talk about, like that difference in perception from one person to another. Then you put in that seasoning of socialization due to gender. The men are going to read things. They're always looking and scanning for, where do I get power in this? Where do I get leverage? Where do I get the upper hand in this thing? So it really doesn't matter how it's presented, because what? Logic is subjective to your objective. If your objective is always, well, I have to be the man, I have to be a man, TM, then you're going to look at that. You're going to read all of that. You're going to filter out all of the other stuff that's there. And you're going to go, this is how I get the upper hand. This is how I get the advantage. This is how I get power.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, so you're right. Like, he could have put out anything like a nursery rhyme and they would have found a way to turn it nefarious.
Same as Ice-T. Ice-T sat and said it. I read that. And I said, oh, yeah, I want to be that. And he went, and he wasn't successful.
Right.
But instead, he said, oh, well, I'm going to take the aura. He's a writer. He's a writer now. I want to be this nigga, basically. I want to be this man. I want what I perceive that this man has. I wanted the pimping power. I couldn't get that. So I'm going to be a writer. I'm going to write like him, not taking into account that he's writing about what he actually lived through. And he's writing to say, hey, young men, don't do this. No, I'm going to further glorify what's in this book in a way outside of his intent, because I want the prestige that I feel towards him for having done these things. I want people to feel that way about me.
Right.
But I think that it takes age. I think somebody said it in the chat. Like, I think that when Iceberg Slim wrote that book or whatever, there might have been in his mind a sort of self-aggrandizement that as an older man, he realized that was not what it was, right? Like, a lot of times...
I watched documentaries about this man. He started writing when he was a family man. He was married, and the woman had kids of her own or whatever. He came in and he decided to be the father of the house or whatever like that. And he was telling his stories, and somebody, might have been his wife, said, you need to write that shit down. And he started writing that stuff down after he was out of the game.
Yeah.
It's so crazy though, because I was just thinking about Uncle Phil and how so many of us have watched these shows with these upstanding men that we all, Mr. Cosby, right? Like I don't remember the name of the guy from Family Matters, but
Carl Winslow.
Yes, all of these iconic men who were there for their family, and a lot of these men see those men as father figures, right? But for some reason, to your point, like, you know, the guys who are telling the cautionary tales and the guys who are setting examples, can't get through to a lot of these people. And I think a huge part of it is the capitalism.
Yeah.
And why do I say that? It's because we are also, cash does rule everything around us.
Mm.
If you do not come from money, and if you are not white, then you truly have a minefield in front of you in terms of how you're going to be able to be upwardly mobile or secure. And in a lot of ways, men compete inherently. So if they're in a place, a space where they have to be gladiators, football players, they have to constantly be in competition for the scraps, right? Because because they have to do twice as much to get half as much, and the idea of being a man is that there is shame if you are not, a rich man at the end of the game, right? The the way that capitalism requires desperation and losers,
Yes.
and requires you to internalize that it is your fault. It can't be that the system is fucked. It's that you weren't good enough, or you weren't of the right stock, or
Right.
you didn't play your cards right, right? However, they justify taking your food from you, making you destitute, making it so that you can't choose the softer side, right? Like most of us, it's like, I think it's like, when a lot of these guys talk about it, like, I'm not talking of, like, there's definitely some assholes out there, but like a lot of these people come from poverty, and they're staring down poverty in the face, right? They have to do something in order to change it, and they don't have a lot of opportunities. And I'm not trying to sing a really sad song, but like, as a person who was chosen for getting the shit end of the stick, right? In a very specific and literal way, in many experiences when I was at work, in many experiences when I was sitting in places where I was being openly discriminated against for a myriad of reasons, if you accept the reality of the fact that we are going to get things taken from us, because when have the rich ever been satisfied? They're only ever going to keep taking more. They need to get richer. Now we have a trillionaire. He did not stop at being the world's richest man. He decided to go double or nothing. Like, there's nothing that will ever satisfy these people's appetite. And one of the things that really I think is important to share is that the money is a pie, right? The money that is in a system is outflowing, is finite, right? So if they are taking that much, if they have that much money, it means that we have that little, that we are passing out what's left of it, right? And so they're taking it away from us. Somebody else has to go without. And so when we are dealing with people who have when we are dealing with capitalism and the constant shrinking of the opportunities, just in terms of all of us, I think, I'm not trying to bail these people out, but I think that it's also systemic. I think it's also systemic, like, because you might aspire to do something different, but how many options were you given? Like, if I didn't have, personally, like me, if I didn't have some of the situations that I was put in growing up, I don't know if I would have felt desperate enough to take on things that I knew were not aligned. Like, I have absolutely taken jobs that I knew were not right for me and let myself get into get my feelings hurt because I needed the work. You know what I mean? Or I have moved to places that do not align with my values, and are places I wouldn't even want to stop for a pit stop on to use the bathroom. I've lived there, and in a position, and then and because, oh, that's where the money was, right? Like, a huge part of why we enter into some of these. A lot of women are with partners because you need to, like, the society is weird about having roommates, and you need multiple incomes to be able to live in this time. Like, there's also a financial aspect of it that is completely separate from making good choices, right? Like, society, I think that capitalism is a huge part of the reason why a lot of these things perpetuate, and a lot of why a lot of us make choices out of desperation.
Well, I kind of want to thank you for saying that, and I kind of want to bring it back to the subject matter of like the women, and right, and part of that draw and that kind of false safety net in these particular women, the women on my thumbnails case, is the idea that these men that they're dealing with were capitalism winners. You know what I mean? This idea of like dealing with someone who makes a certain amount of money, as evidenced by how much they're willing to spend on you. Um, it insulates you from some of these things that they're experiencing now, and also to the point of the men, unfortunately, who were having the conversation around like getting flued out and stuff like that. I think there is something, there's a deeper conversation to be had, and maybe we can have it because I do want to kind of start wrapping up for the night, but around the values, because we touched on it a few times within this conversation, but kind of being able to suss out. First of all, I think one of the main problems, and I guess this will be like some of my final thoughts around it. One of the main problems I think we've identified both in this conversation and in my experience and observation is that there is a disconnect or a unclear a lack of clarity around the values of the women we're talking about, and thusly the kind of women that wind up in these types of situations, right? Because they'll say this one thing and this is what they're looking for and this and that and the other, but then they get into these encounters with these men, and then we wind up here, and it's kind of like, okay, how did we get here? So I think there is something to be said about like being clear as a woman, because this is woman centered, right? This isn't just about talking about it. For me, this isn't just about talking about it, and this isn't just about talking about these people. It more so is like, what can we glean from this? What kind of wisdom can we take moving forward down our own path? I think it's important to know what your values are and really know them, not just like based off of how people react to you when you espouse them, because I think that's a big thing. Like, people say, oh yes, women get the money from these men and don't date broke men, and you're going to get a lot of fanfare, especially if you're halfway decent looking, you know what I mean? If it's any bit aspirational in any kind of way, people are going to flock to you and be like, oh my god, queen, or king, whatever it is. I think the second thing takeaway is you got to be really stringent about these men's values as well, because like having money and being what's that called, generous with it, doesn't mean the same thing to everybody, especially certain people that have amount of money. If they get fast money and stuff like that, or they just are used to getting a lot of money, it may not mean that much to them to spend a couple thousand or whatever on you just to try to hit, you know what I mean? And it may even make you feel a false sense of security if you're with the type of guy that has enough money to throw out there and possibly, and not like stack the deck to make sure he gets what he wants. You know what I mean? Because there are some men who have money and just like to spend money to be in the presence of beautiful women. That is true, but I don't think that's something you should bank on, especially if it's not something you're familiar with enough to be able to suss out who is who. So you do need to be leaning more on figuring out what these men's values are, specifically if they're looking to build a life with somebody, if that's what it is you're wanting to do. Just them giving you money and showing up at your flight and whisking you off on an adventure or whatever is not going to be enough, because as you can see, once you move too fast and you got past the point of no return with this person, then he was able to say, yes, all right, now I can be who I really was. Ain't shit nigga I've always been, you know what I mean? And then finally, I think that you just it's I cannot stress enough the inherent value that you place within yourself is always going to save you. And I'm not
Mhm.
talking about like a puff inflated sense of ego. I'm talking about like really valuing yourself to the point where, like I said, you can get as corny as you want to get. But when you really sit and think about what will the experience be of me interacting with these people, and it's going to make you ask the questions, it's going to make you pay attention to these things, it's going to make you stop and not have that FOMO that's going to make you just go on through any kind of doubts that you have, and it's going to help you to actually follow your intuition is what it is. It's going to have you follow your intuition to clarifying things better. That's not a fail safe. People can still be really good at covering their tracks or tricking you or whatever. But I think that if and when things don't work out in the end, I know for a fact for me, I have felt better knowing that number one, I was present with myself the whole time. So anytime myself was like, I was like, okay, what we looking at? And I would follow it, and it was like, okay, that's cool, or okay, I'll give an allowance for that. It made me feel better than being in that space where it's like, how did this happen? I don't know. How did this happen to me? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So that's it. We'll go to Mary, and then we'll finish up with Liz.
Yeah, I was gonna say, sometimes I think like we often wait, like, because I feel like these are like core values that like some people feel like these core values that we adopt in response to I guess like the cards that were dealt, as like so to speak, like as far as capitalism is concerned, like these are like obviously like our core values are influenced by that to some degree. So I feel as though like the allure of these capitalistic winners, it's like um if you grab one, so to speak, it gives you like an opportunity to let go of those values because it's like, oh, I don't need that anymore because well, maybe not, in a sense, like I don't need to worry about this anymore because I have someone that is showing me that they can secure me or that they, for, whatever, like someone who has money who can protect me, who has like that shield of privilege, as it were, to protect me from that, so I don't need to I can relinquish that. And I think, it's important to recognize that, as women, we are still like, we still have the right to autonomy because it's like, some like, because we feel like these decisions are made or like these core values are developed out of dire straits that like there's no credence to it.
Mm-hmm.
And, obviously that's not the case. It's just like, you know, sitting with yourself and figuring out like why, like, how, like, well, how we've arrived to this point and like how it's protected you thus far and keeping with that because at least keeping with the core tenets of yourself because like, relinquishing that for the sake of companionship to kind of elevate yourself for capitalism is dangerous. So I think, like, I find myself, like, holding on to, like, when I feel like I wanna get out back out there again, it's, like, that reminder of, like, you don't know, you know, you don't know these people. You don't know, like, what they're capable of and things like that. So, like, if you're looking for something or someone, like, you have to be ready to I guess, like, defend yourself or, like, to defend, like, what you believe in because, like, that's gonna be, like, your I wouldn't even say fail safe because, like, again, like, there are people who are, well-versed in survival in capitalism, and that can mean, like, deception and manipulation. But, recognizing, like, "Hey, this is where following like, this is where I wanna go," and recognizing, like, if someone who a potential person can go with you. Yeah.
Cosign. So well said. So well said. Just snaps all around. Yes. And I think what I would like to add to that is that I want to ask people to stop being invested in a pedestal. I think that the pedestal is a trap. I think that the hierarchical thinking is a trap, because you put the trap usually ends up with you feeling like a hypocrite, with you feeling like you have um become the object of your own hate, right? And a lot of times, the what I what I really want to impress upon, or just like share in terms of my notes, up to this point in my life, is that like the like you can't control what's happening to you, and you don't, like, it doesn't have to mean anything, like, the idea of you being short or being tall or being like, we give these, in fact, these things, we give these things meaning. All of these things are neutral. You can be a healthy person who lives longer than a person who has never smoked before in their life, right? But you smoke, like there's so much less control over our outcomes and our experiences that we have. And maybe that doesn't give that much of a sense of peace, but I think that by not turning it into a hierarchy where it's, oh, you've earned, you've deserved, it makes you not be at least so invested in the story of what you've earned or deserved that you're not paying attention. And but also the women who have got to Princess Amani's earlier point, like, there's still that girl, like, a huge part of the downfall is feeling like you're losing so much that you have not lost. So much of it is a mindset, right? And so you said, like, you're going to alchemize anything that happens to you to your good. Like, no one can take away your value. And also, people's values, I want to land here around values. A lot of times people think about that in terms of like religion. A lot of times people think about that in terms of the home, right? But I want to present, like, okay, so say for example, you believe that women who are abused are idiots, right? What do you want for women who are idiots? Do you still want them to have healthcare? Do you want them to be safe? Do you want them to be able to move on, right? Like, a lot of times, the worst thing that we could see ourselves being, we rarely ever take the second step to being like, but would we want that person to be cared for? I think that part really shows our core values, more so than like whether or not we think we're better than ever doing sex work, for example, or we think we're better than ever, ending up in a situation where we don't have money or whatever, right? What I think a bigger tell of how we care about humanity and humans, a huge part of our identifying systems, right? Like, we are all humans, regardless of what color we are, size we are, background we are. Like, what do we want for the people that are a part of the groups that we don't want to be? I think that is more telling. And I think that if you like that, what that says about you, then great. If you don't like it, then your values can change too. You're muted.
Yes.
I just realized. Thank you for that. Thank you guys. And I just kind of wanted, just for me to on the last couple things, because this was really important. We didn't really talk too much about it, but this is also important. They faking my, like, that's the part that for me really is like, it's the juice ain't worth the squeeze in it. They're faking my charts. Like, these niggas are really out here determined to spread whatever
Wait, are you talking about like people faking the results of their tests?
Yes, I'm saying like they're they're
That's illegal.
committed
That can't be
deeply,
legal. You should be
but
able to.
they're
You should be
deeply
able.
committed to not being on top of
Their
their
health.
health.
That
And
can't be legal. You have to be
it's
able to
not
work
about
with that.
legality. They do a lot of illegal things, but my point is, I'm saying like when we're talking about, because let's really be truthful and honest about this type of thing, specifically around rappers, specifically around athletes, specifically around you know, men that bank in capitalism and these hierarchical games.
Mm-hmm.
It's very much so about usurping people's autonomy. And
Yes.
so when we're really putting in that space, that is where I feel like this idea of doing things for the plot gets really, really tricky and sticky, because you're not playing with people who are what's that called? Good, have good sportsmanship.
Ooh, good point.
You're playing with people who will literally ruin your life in ways that you're not even thinking about. You're like, oh, what's the worst can happen? I can get pregnant. You know what I mean? Like, no, it's really so real to the point where even those of us who are astute enough to say, hey, let's share my charts, that these people are trying to work around stuff like that. So it's not
Mhm.
even like you can say, oh well, I'm gonna be smarter, I'm gonna be sharper, I'm gonna be more, you know, I care about myself more. They are still looking for ways to circumvent that due diligence that you think you're doing in engaging. So
And
I want to be, I want, like, the last thing we take away from this is like, yeah, you can do whatever you want to do, and I hope for all the good things and all the magic and puffery that I would want for myself. But we also got to be really practical and like ruthless about protecting ourselves. And I think I want this to be a part of the evaluation when we're questioning if it's worth it in the first place.
yes. If I could add to that as well, like I think also like oh gosh, like in that kind of game, that hierarchical game where it's like the person is being deceptive about, the man in this case is being deceptive about test results, like if anything were to transpire where, you know, you would be, as the woman would be on the receiving end of the consequences, so to speak, like I mean like they, you know, so if you get what I mean, like
Yeah.
it would, even if the man was the one that was being deceptive and showing fake results, the onus still falls on you as well. I mean, not
Yeah.
even as well. It's just on you because it's like, well, you should have known, you should have this, you should have that. So like even in those like, I think like that also like limits my desire to engage,
I mean,
re-engage,
honestly,
because it's
yeah,
just like
but this is the thing. I'm at a point now where I don't even give a fuck what the peanut gallery is saying. It's
true.
more so about like the putting myself in a position to reckon with the idea that somebody would do that to me drives
Yeah.
me right on the fuck up.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? And
No, I
it's
get
one
it.
of those things where it's like you have to do this dance on this tightrope of trusting people, but also being astute enough to be able to circumvent these types of things. And that's where I'm saying, like, me having to be in that position where I have to actively do that what's that called, negotiation between doing it for the plot, just going with the flow, you know, being open as you need to be to get anything good, and be doing the type of due diligence that is required in these days and times.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't compute. The math doesn't math, and having to do all that cancels out any desire or belief that I can just have a good time, because it's like realistically I have to look out for somebody forging a my chart, or you get what I'm saying. So it's like
Yeah.
once I get to that point where I have to go that deep into trying to protect myself, I don't even want it no more.
Yeah.
I mean, you ain't wrong. Like every time that I'm like, people are like, oh, you know, you should go. It's you know, you know, because I think if I'm not saying that I'm going to shut myself off from that. I want to stay open,
Mm.
Because I mean, life is treacherous and bad things are going to happen to you. So trying everything that you possibly can to avoid like living is also ill advised. But it's one of those of like, I am just one of the things that I think I want to impress upon all of the younger women out there who might still be in the mindset where you're looking for things like to win the capitalist Olympics. I think one of the things that when you're older you realize that but I still want other things to do with my life and I want to be after that. And if I find my guy on the way going to where I'm trying to go, I think that that is going to be actually way better than to just to kind of like pick up a man at the start, because he can deviate me from the path way better than if I'm not going anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, I think that one of the things that is usually the mindset of a guy who is gonna I've never met a guy who's gonna fake his my chart, but I also don't remember asking for my chart. So I'm dumb in a lot of ways too, and
Don't say you
Remember
dumb.
you said
That doesn't make
we
you
weren't
dumb.
dumb.
We didn't always have my chart. I know when I first started, we didn't have access
but
to
like,
it like
but
that.
like I want, like, in terms of pretending like I had these, I was always having forethought and I was always thinking
Right.
like that's not true. But I will say
Not
that
we getting into the real nitty gritty. Okay, let's restart the conversation. We're not going to shut this down. We got to get into this, right? Because realistically speaking, Les, this is what I'm talking about though. Because if we're being honest, everybody likes to get online and posture like, oh yes, I'm doing that shit ain't sexy. And everybody's not doing that. And we wouldn't have as many, situations with baby mamas crying and complaining and baby fathers whining about child support and all this other stuff if everybody was doing all of that. People aren't doing that. And
no,
so, if we're having a conversation about doing it for the plot, this is what we're really talking about. When we get into those situations where we care more about having the experience than the potential consequences in today's landscape, that is where we have all this bullshit going down. And I feel like, and I felt like for a long time, and I'm very passionate about it, that people would rather stick their head in the sand to have the experiences than to really reckon with what all they would need to do to truly be doing their full due diligence in
I think
today's
you can
landscape.
never do like I not to contradict
It's not about executing perfectly. It's not about it all working out perfectly. It's about you were honest when you said I wasn't checking for my charts. And I don't people aren't even getting to that point of the conversation of being able to say that, because getting to a point of being able to say that is locking in and saying, yeah, that's something I probably need to start doing. And like I said, once you get to that point and then you realize how much your brain tells you to start doing it, you're not going to want to do it anymore.
Okay, so what came up for me as you're talking, and I think what you're saying is totally like valid. I think I'm not following in a little bit, and maybe that's just me kind of like, not in the right mindset. But I think in terms of what we need to do to shift the culture around this type of stuff, I think you're right. Like practical, my charts, practical, like I mean, now they have PrEP. Now they like people like the medicinal community is trying to make it safer under normal circumstances, but but 47 is making it hard for a pimp. But like the thing about it is that like when we are putting ourselves out there, we can and will have egg on our face. And I want to make us still brave around that. And that's something that is important.
Yeah, I think you're reading what I'm saying as a thing of like, and that you're getting what you deserve because you didn't do things perfectly. That's not what I'm saying.
No.
Putting all of this stuff. Okay, good. I'm glad. they're putting all of this stuff in place, and all of this stuff is placed. But for me, as I'm going to the table to pick up all the things that I need to have in place to protect myself, I'm realizing that I'm armored up to the fucking teeth, and this is fucking ridiculous, and I don't even want to do it anymore because I shouldn't have to do all this to do it. And I have to go into this landscape and be this,
Paranoid.
one about trying to protect myself. Keep these motherfuckers away from me.
Right. It's mentally exhausting too to have to be like on your, like, what's it called? Like have your head on a swivel in it's such an intimate relationship,
I
you know
gotta
what
have
I'm
condoms. I
saying?
gotta check my charts. I gotta check the efficacy and the reality of these my charts. I gotta take prep. I gotta do this. I gotta do that. And mind you, I mean, I'm not doing any of that because I'm choosing not to have sex. But I do. I've had Nexplanon in my arm, and I've gone and completely continued to get Nexplanon in my arm. But my daughter's 12 years old, so for 12 years now, and I've
Mhm.
only used it maybe a cumulative 4 months out of those 12 years.
But I
A
think there's
cumulative.
also something that is the other day, and I'm not trying to invalidate anything that you ladies have said. The other day, I saw the most disturbing thing. A reporter was down in, I think, South Africa talking to men, and they were openly talking
Oh
about
yeah, I remember this.
rape.
Mhm.
And um, so you might not even consensually get these things to happen to you, because as a part of the game as a woman is that guys don't think that they need your consent. They think they can just do things to you. They can knock you over their head, and you're like, a huge part of this movement to take away our rights and our voices and our options, and being mad at us for choosing not to unless we're with the right person. The audacity of thinking that they don't need our consent and they will legislate against it is telling, right? Because that's what
Mhm.
they're saying over and over and over again, right? So I think I want there to be less shame around STDs. I want there to be more research around it rather than shame. I think that, we saw when it came to teen pregnancies and all the above, the fact that we um, started to have honest conversations, I think made a lot of the younger women like realize this wasn't for them. I think like that shows like Teen Mom and all of the above did wonders in kind of showing us this ain't it. And so and the fact that there are low birth rates overall, like these men are not
Yeah.
eligible, right? Like
Oh
all
yeah.
Mhm.
the women,
No.
all the races,
100%.
all the locations, we are all saying nah, right? And so I think that for the but I think that we also have to be honest about the brutality and what men are willing to do to get what they want.
Yep.
So that, as well as to kind of like connect with what I was saying earlier, I in terms of what happens to you, um and what you should do about it, right? Like, what I don't want is, so I hate with the passion of 1,000 suns when women say it's too complicated. Like, I hate it with a passion, because a lot of times we don't engage with trying to figure out solutions because it is overwhelming. And one of the ways that I know it has worked on me before, and I am mindful of now, is that a lot of times the whole, like, shiny object, like, constant barrage that guys will do of overstimulation to kind of like lower your defenses
Mhm.
is it can make women just feel defeated to go along to get along, right?
Mhm.
And and what I want us to do is to believe that we can get better, and believe that these situations can change, and I want us to keep trying to get the lives we
Trying
want.
to
And if that
do life.
includes to get the life that we want. And it's not about getting in relationship. It's about, if you want relationship, if you want that for you genuinely, I don't want to tell you no. I want to name that right now. But I do want to tell you is that there should be other things you want too. And so if you if the things that are outside of your control, like how another person reacts to you and what another person's is gonna do to you, right? As you go and get your thing done, right? Because they're gonna, like, even if you're talking about careers, there's tons of landmines there, right? Like, it's not like your career is more secure or your financial situation is more secure, right? But the other things that you want to accomplish and achieve and do to develop yourself and to employ your talents, I think that are just as worthy. And so if you want this gentle, nurturing love, don't compromise on that either. Like, a lot of times we try to our earlier conversation, mold something that is telling you it doesn't want to do that. And consent is key, as we know, right? Like, if a guy doesn't want to do it, you can't get him to do it. Like, if a guy is telling you he wants to do it and he needs you to and you can tell that he's trying and is genuinely shutting down things that are no longer in alignment, okay, cool. But there's something to be said for still having trust in people and trust in humanity, is, I think, the underlying message I want to put out there.
I mean, that's a beautiful sentiment, and it's not.
Nice.
It's not my heart is with you. My heart is with you on that. But let's be so freaking for real. Like,
I'm not being unrealistic. Like,
no. This is what I'm saying about being so freaking for real. Because even in this situation where I'm like, okay, that is who I am in at my core, is I'm someone that, yes, I believe in humanity and I believe in being good for goodness sake and all these other things, and there are other people, and if I'm good and I shine, other people will be drawn to my light, similar, all of those things. But reality, in terms of my experience, the things I see that are going on, all of those types of things, like I said, not in a perfect world, but I think to be firing on all cylinders in a world like this as a single woman who wants to be out there, because Princess Amani asked a really good question. She said, is the goal a relationship or to get your rocks off? And the truth of the matter is that shouldn't even matter, because it doesn't matter in the context of what I'm saying, because you have to do these same things either way, because like I said, these men will future fake, these men will do whatever. So you can think you're in a dedicated relationship, a monogamous relationship, or you could think you're in a polyamorous relationship, they still be cheating in those situations, or you could just be like, hey, I'm out here doing whatever I want to do, and it's still the same. If you're really acclimating to the landscape we are in right now, you need to be on PrEP, you need to be on some kind of birth control, because these men will stealth you and do all types of, try to get you pregnant on purpose to trap. All these types of things are going on. You, even if you're going out to just be happy-go-lucky and then think the world is great, you still realistically need to be doing these things to protect yourself.
Yeah, I'm not telling you not to do those things, right? But I also don't want you to be scared to leave the house. And as somebody who has anxiety and has been scared to leave the house, I think a part of my lesson to this point has been that you can't control it. Like, the things
I'm sorry to stop you, because this is, I was waiting and I was like, but no, this is exactly what you're doing. We're starting here. I'm coming here and you're taking it here to leave the house. No, I'm talking about you leave the house at will. And when you go out of the house, you're trying to go out the house to fuck. And I'm talking about that. I don't want to talk about people.
No, but like, for example, just because you're around women, right? It doesn't mean that women are not treacherous. Like, your relationships with other, like, you can have a treacherous parent.
Are you with the women because you want to fuck the women?
But it's not only about fucking, like, it's about intimacy.
But that's a different conversation. That's what I'm saying. And and not to, try to hold in on you or single you out or nothing, but this is kind of what I'm talking, what the conversation was supposed to be about. I think it's convenient to take it to all these other places, except realistically speaking, as a woman, if I'm going out the house and I want to have sex, whether I want to get in a relationship or whether I just want to have casual sex, that this is the landscape that I'm dealing with, and this is what
I'm
it
not talking
means to
about
put my
casual sex.
pussy out. Huh?
I'm not talking about casual sex. And I'm not
I'm
talking
talking
about
about all,
marriage.
but it doesn't matter. It's all the same. If you putting your pussy out on this, what they call it, the sexual marketplace, this is what you're dealing with. It doesn't matter if you're getting married. It doesn't matter if you're having casual sex. It doesn't matter what it is you think you want, because we've also had conversations on here where I've said I was going out there telling myself, and we talked about Stepco too, where I think she's, this is my opinion. I don't know that lady, but this is my opinion. I think she's telling herself she wants to think, but I really think she wants to fuck. And she wants to not feel bad about fucking. So what I'm saying is we're taking our pussies and we're putting them on the table, that this is what we're putting them on the table to. And we, all of us, it doesn't matter what we think we're going for in the moment, that this is what we're dealing with, and this is what it means to put your pussy out there.
I disagree. I think that it does, you're right, like in that you should be prepared to take every precaution. But I think that, especially as somebody who organizes as a profession, like my anxiety personally has made me one of the most prepared people that most people know. Like I am somebody who is usually the person who has an apothecary on them. So I'm the one who always has a Band-Aid. I'm the one who literally always has, like, is carrying around like like I said, an apothecary of things that are medicinal, things that are, like I have been somebody who had multiple things in my garage of just prepper supplies, just in case, right? Like I am not pretending that being prepared is not important.
Right.
Because I'm still packing my stuff to make sure, right? Because hurricane season's coming, right? But I think that one thing I want to protect in this moment is that, yes, we should do our due diligence. And right now, especially since modern medicine has put us on PrEP, has allowed us to have Nexplanon, has allowed us to, I'm not telling you not to do the things, not to do your own fair share, but I also don't want to tell you to be so paranoid.
What does it mean to not be paranoid? Because what I'm saying is, I'm going to give you my full opinion, full stop. If you are going out and you're planning on having sex, or you're open to having sex, you need to be on PrEP. If you do not want to have any kids, or do not want to have kids with the person you're having sex with, you need to be on some kind of birth
You
control.
need to be on PrEP if you're not going out there to prepare to, because truthfully, it's like I said, they don't care, they don't want your consent, but they want you delusional and lying.
But okay, and I'm not saying you're wrong on that, but I'm saying if we're going with your mindset of like, oh, we don't want to be paranoid, the idea somebody's going to rape me if I step foot outside my door is a paranoia. And I'm not trying to put paranoia out there. I'm talking about people who have said, I'm having sex, voluntary sex with men. This is the stuff that they need to be doing. You're not wrong, but I'm saying if we're anti-paranoia, that's a paranoia response. You get what I'm saying?
I do get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that, like, I'm not saying that the girls who want to go that far as to be on PrEP, even though they have not had, they have not had sex in a while, right? Like, you do whatever you can, but also you can't control the future. None of us are like, we
can't control the future, but if you know you're going to let somebody penetrate you, you can control being on PrEP and being on.
I'm not telling any. I think we're agreeing on that. I do want you to be on PrEP if you are going to be in a situation where you are having sex with somebody, especially if you have not like taken an STD test right before. I understand what you're saying, and I am not denying that. I also don't want women to play small. That is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not talking about playing small in that you are, in that, like, a woman who doesn't get married is small, or a woman that doesn't have sexual experience is small, right? But I'm saying is that, like, the world is constantly trying to convince us, and I think a huge part of the patriarchal programming and the capitalist programming is to convince us that there is only treachery and fuckery out there, and everything is so limited, and there's not enough resources for everyone. So if you leave your house, it is a battle every day. I gotta fight and all of this stuff, and cash rules everything around me, so you gotta get rich or die trying. Like, that level of constantly feeling like you are in the Hunger Games is also a delusion. And it is a requirement for them to be able to manipulate you and allow you to put yourself in, and encourage you to put yourself in a situation where you are bear down by the weight of it. And the idea that you would not go out there believing that, you know what, there is also so much abundance and so much extra there's so many wonderful things that are out there that you can experience, is something I don't want to deny. And including, but not like, we know a person right now who is a regular woman who is, I think, an angel fairy from heaven, but also a regular living human being in a healthy relationship. I don't want to put her on a pedestal. I don't want to tell myself that I am less than. And I'm not saying that you're saying anything, or she ever said that to me, but the idea that, you know, everybody out here suffering is also not true either. And a huge part of the constant barrage of negative stories and nefarious people being being the mouthpiece of, you know, the story, right, is that we're elevating the assholes. We deliberately elevate assholes in the culture, particularly American culture. We like bullies. Most people are not bullies, but most of the stories we tell are from the angle of people being bullied. And so I just want us to recognize that there is also, not only is there a lot of treachery out there, but they need us to believe that we are surrounded by a land, like, we can't trust each other. And so we need to trust them and trust the system. They require that. They require us to feel isolated. They require us to feel like we can't trust the people around us. It is so important. So I just don't want to leave with the message that there is no I just don't want us to leave with being also delusional about what's also out there, because most people are not trying to be assholes.
Now we know that it's not about intent.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that there aren't men who are you know, faking my charts or all of
No. I'm not even talking about that. I'm not even talking about the guys that take it that far. Cause like, okay. So in my mind, this is the way I'm looking at it. Yeah, what you're saying can be true, that, oh yes, you might miss out, but that feels like FOMO too. Like, I don't want to miss out on the good guy because I'm so focused on the bad guy.
I'm not talking about guys either. I'm not talking about guys either. Like,
well, that was a conversation.
But we're talking. But okay, but even when we think about partnership in general, like, I think it is equally delusional, with no disrespect intended, to have this level of paranoia around men and not realize that women will fuck you over just as hard too.
Yeah, of course. I think
but a woman can't get me pregnant, and I'm not. I mean, I have, but I'm not.
But a woman can get you killed, and I would much rather be pregnant than killed.
Yeah, but this is the thing about that. Unfortunately, when we're talking about, and this is the sad thing about, like, women in social situations, even as much as I love women, I'll probably be more apt to pick out fuckery in a woman than I used to be and be able to pick out fuckery in a man, because of those blind spots, because of those rose-colored glasses that I'm trying to, like, get out of them. It's a lot easier to be like, that bitch is on some bullshit, she's weird, than it will be to a guy who can literally steal your money, hit you, beat you up, rape you. Something like women will give so much of the benefit of the doubt to a man, but
because
a
men are
woman.
more valued than women in this
So that's
social
what I'm saying. Like
hierarchy.
even in
I
this argument,
understand what you're saying, but I also don't want to deny the fact that, I mean, I do believe that, you know, gender is fluid, and I don't want to deny trans people or intersex people or all of the above, but like, it can't be that we are using identity groups to decide a person's anything. Like, I don't want, and it's not even want, like, I don't think it's true, and I think it's self-defeating to have such a simplistic view of the world, because it is more complicated than that. It is more complicated than if you are that than prep and birth control. There's so many, like, the worst thing, I think, I the subtext of what you just said is that the worst thing that could ever happen to you is you get pregnant. That is the subtext of what you just said. And all of us got here because our mama got pregnant.
wait, what are you arguing for? I'm confused,
I
man.
think I like the worst, like, I think I'm being clear. Like, why are we like, I want us to live. I want us to live our lives. I don't want us to be delusional, but I also don't want us to walk around feeling this fear and resentment that is real. And I think that the statistics outline that we're not delusional, but
Mhm.
also we have to, there are ways to curb the system, and it is not inevitable. It is not inevitable. And I want us to have the will to put the things in place so that things can change. I'm not saying I have all the answers, but I'm saying that if we believe that I'm saying that we have to believe, at the very least, that things can change in order for things to change. And
Okay,
so, like,
so
this
where?
idea that all men are like, so this idea that, like, in order to engage with a man, you have to be essentially like losing your mind is, I think, defeatist. I think it's defeatist.
How has one been defeated, or what is one missing out on by taking? And we're first off got to make sure we're on the same footing. You you don't feel like I'm wrong in the things that I'm taking into account.
I don't think it's wrong to tell the girls to get on prep, and I don't think it's wrong to tell the girls to put things in place for making sure they don't have STDs, to make sure that they don't get make sure they don't get pregnant if they don't want to, all the above. I don't think it's wrong to say that.
I Okay, so let me kind of cut to the chase here. I feel like what might be I'm going to use the right word. What you might be reacting to is the idea that even having to do that for the reasons I outlined is a reason to disqualify men generally. Is that what you're
Sure.
reacting to?
I think so. I think also, yikes. Oh my God. Sorry, my a painting just fell off the wall. I don't know what it
Not
means.
the paintings.
No,
Mhm.
I
Where do
painted
we
it
worth
myself.
millions?
Like, I painted it myself too, girl.
I
I'm so proud of it.
know.
Anyways,
Not the hummingbird. Is it the
it
hummingbird?
did. It fell. It didn't break though.
No.
Oh
It's
no.
it's fine. What I am saying is, yes, that, but I also think that like, things can change, and I don't want us to walk out into this world feeling like, because right now there are landmines everywhere. I am probably somebody that like takes in more information than the average. I have the time and the luxury to do so, and I spend most of my time taking in information and news, right? So when we think about, like, awareness, I am not supporting delusion. I'm not supporting um the idea that, you know, you can't be hurt. But what I am saying is that I want us to not give up. Yeah. I want us to not give up on getting these things, because we all know that for those of us who are straight, right? Those of us who want to be partnered, to say that we have to look at partnership with this, like, maybe not rose colored glasses, but these like red colored glasses of like constantly feeling like you're being set up, I think also sets you up to never be able to enjoy anything good that happens to you. Like, you will ruin anything good that happens to you if you're constantly trying to litmus
necessarily.
I
But
think
that's
so.
the FOMO thing that I'm talking about, because it's one of those things. So look, I'll tell you, when it came to my second daughter's father, like my first daughter's father, I was just kind of like, look, you want to be with me or not? And sometimes he'd be like, maybe, and I'd be like, okay. And I let him play a lot of games because I was just trying to get us contained so that I could be like, all right, this doesn't work, and divorce him. I'm being so honest, right?
Mm-hmm.
When it came to my second daughter's father, he was somebody that I felt I knew because we were friends as children or in high school. And I felt like we had a deeper connection than just any old guy I met on the street and there was like some kind of physical attraction. Because I never even saw us as being physically attractive to each other. It was more of a mental attraction, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when things were going well, I had family members and I had friends coming and saying, something's up with him. I don't know what it is, but something just seems off here. And I remember sitting with them and listening and going, okay, I see what you're saying. I get that. I don't think you're wrong. But this is what I told them at the time. I said, I believe that I deserve my happy ending.
Wow.
And I am going to operate in the interim as if I'm getting my happy ending. And if and when the time comes where I no longer feel like that's the truth, I'm gonna back up. But I'm gonna keep all this stuff you said, accessible to me. I'm not discarding what you said. I'm not telling you you're wrong. I actually kind of see where you're coming from on certain things. But for right now, I'm choosing to pay attention to the things that make me feel like I'm getting what it is I feel like I want and deserve right now. And then when the time came, when I could no longer justify what was going on, I went away. And this was in the span of like 8-9 months that all this happened. You know what I mean? Whereas with my oldest daughter father, it was about 9 years. You get what I'm saying? So it's more so about it's not necessarily, there are going to be some people who still want to try for whatever reason, who still are going to think. But I'm saying that the difference between having one of these fallouts of the women on the thumbnail or even Stefco is being willing to say, all right, this stuff, I have awareness of these things. Maybe I didn't have awareness of it before. Maybe I was just too caught up in what I wanted to do, whatever. But now that I have this information, I'm a little sadder, but I'm a lot wiser. And I'm going to act like it. And unfortunately, the burden of that, though, sometimes is that you kind of skip that learning curve of, oh, well, we'll see what happens. And you can kind of do that Doctor Strange thing and go, if I'm already having to do this, there's a good chance that it's going to play out this way. So I don't even want to be bothered.
But we could get to the point, you could find a man that is okay with taking.
I could, but if he's that kind of guy, he's going to
I find guys who
believe in
consent attractive. I have found guys who believe in consent and who will be willing to take STD tests with me. Like, I have found guys who would be willing to like go and take an STD test. Like,
but what I'm saying, Les, is he'll be that whether I think this way or not. You get what I'm saying? But the likelihood of me being able to circumvent all them other bullshit ass motherfuckers is a lot higher if I don't trick myself into thinking, oh well, we could just do what like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not taking that away. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, don't. I think I've been really clear what I'm saying. I'm not telling you to not have your boundaries. I'm not telling you not to protect yourself.
And I
Yeah,
can still get it wrong. Like that's the thing, I can still get it wrong because these niggas is crafty, right? But I'm just saying, like, I think at a certain point, your level of awareness calls for a higher level of preparation and due diligence. You know, due diligence is what is due. So the level of awareness I have now, my due diligence was here before because my level of awareness was here before. My level
Right.
of awareness is up here now, so my level of due diligence got to rise as well.
right, right. Yeah, then there's no disagreement. But I still, I not. I still think I do want us to know that we can get better. Like I don't think that I don't like we human beings are consenting in a lot of ways to society being this fucked. Like we allow a lot of bullshit too.
Right.
Like like the way that we make we like in a like capitalism requires all of us to have this level of consent. We've all been indoctrinated into it. Like we've all been in like all of us have fell for the same tricks, right? We talked about that earlier. Like we've all like a huge part of coming out of I think my 20s to my 30s was becoming disillusioned on a lot of different levels. But the inevitability that a lot of times people assign to it, like, oh, that's just the way it is. I don't want to land there. It is not just the way it is. We are all making it this way. We are making it this way.
Well,
Mm.
how are we making it, like, specifically in this conversation, the things we're talking about in this conversation, how are we making
Like the men are
the
choosing to do this. The women are choosing to shame women who get got. Like the people, the women who like we are the ones who are going na 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 boo boo to oh Steph Co, and the women who are making it look like they could never understand why a woman would would be feeling the way that Stefco feeling, and like making her feel defective, are perpetuating this fuckery. Like we are making each other feel like the world, and they like making each other lie, and fear shunning in so many different ways, if we're being honest and upfront, but only if we can identify the problems can we come up with solutions. But so many solutions don't ever get developed because we're so ashamed of things happening wrong, and
Mhm.
so I think that we can also do better, you know
For sure.
yeah.
I think I guess I'll say sorry. Yeah, there was I'm glad that we all came to like basically an agreement. We all understand that like yes, we do need to have safe spaces to share what it is that we've experienced, what we've learned or what we're learning and things like that so that there isn't that I guess like embarrassment as it were if like something were to happen in like an intimate relationship because you your expectations, I guess, like, were you were higher than the situation called for, so to speak. Um, and so I guess, like, with that, it is important to make space for, like, what am I trying to say? To make space for understanding, like, why people are opting out of like dating in general. Cause it's just like for me personally, like it's really exhausting. Like I think it could be that I'm making this decision on the basis of trauma or what have you, or like, cause I've been humiliated in relationships, you know what I'm saying?
Same.
Because of that expectation of like you should have known better, or you know, how could you miss that and things like that. So I think, that kind of, I mean, yeah, it really does change the dynamic of like relationships outside of like the intimate one. So like if you're coming to someone and saying, I'm really confused about this, and they're kind of treating it like, well, either shut the fuck up, excuse me, either shut the fuck up, or like, leave, or shut the fuck up, basically. So, it's kind of like they put the onus. I mean, you
Yeah.
do have like autonomy and control in your life. It is just like, they could kind of put the onus of the mistreatment or the
Now you must like it.
misalignment
You still
on
here.
you. You get what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. And those people are fucked up. And we shouldn't, like, a lot of times. Okay, so I have a friend who used to do that shit to me. And so I no longer fuck with him no more. I don't really fuck with their whole family no more. Like, if you are, like, girl, like, the way that you gotta be a decent person to be in my life now. I
Mhm.
am so dogged about it. Like, we gotta have similar values. And I've been embarrassed. I have absolutely shamed myself, girl. I should, like, if you and I met in the real world and this wasn't permanently on the internet, I could tell you some stories because I'm not really ashamed. I just don't need everybody to know my business. You know what I mean?
Right.
But in all honesty, like, I could tell you equally as deeply embarrassing stories about work, about family, about relationships with um, women, about relationships with friends. And like, if my takeaway with my relationships with friends, for example, made me decide to no longer seek friendship, I wouldn't have the friends I do have now. And so I get why you're opting out. I'm not telling you to opt in. I'm not telling you to opt in. But whatever you do want, I think that you can have in this world. I think that we can demand better for reality, because I mean, we do know that that there are alternative experiences that are out there. Like, it's not only that everyone is having a miserable time.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Um, and so I don't want to discourage you. Is really my goal, is to not discourage you.
Right. Yeah. That's helpful. Thank you. No, I mean, thank you for like further clarifying that. 'Cause, yeah. Sorry. Anyone else?
No, I think we've talked a whole into this, but I really appreciate the conversation, and you've been so wonderful coming up here. And
I know, Mary.
um,
I'm so excited. This was a
thank
treat.
you so
Oh, thank
much.
you. Thanks, y'all. I'm kind of trying to get into speaking. I guess like being more outspoken.
Yeah.
It is like kind
Are
of
you
hard
still? Didn't
sometimes,
you
but
have your YouTube channel up? Are you still doing things?
so not, I mean, I have a YouTube channel, but I'm not doing like posts and stuff, but I was doing like TikToks and things. But again,
Okay,
like
send
I
me
feel
your
like,
TikTok so I can follow you.
yeah, for sure. I think I do follow you, but I will like DM you.
Okay.
And are you on TikTok as well, Les?
I am on there, but I don't really go on
Not
there
as
a lot.
much
I'm
as
more
you
of a
need
you.
to be. I tell you
I'm
something.
more of a
You just put
YouTube
up shop and
girly.
just get.
No, for real. I think, yeah, I think you have a breadth of knowledge and like wisdom, I feel like that would be beneficial to the space because
Thank you so much, Mary, because I've been telling her that forever.
yeah,
Like this,
so
You know what
camera up
really
talk.
trips me out? I am like,
right.
one thing that really trips me out, and I'm trying to be mindful of, is like, I turn into a zombie when it comes to short form videos. Like, I will seriously sit down and waste like hours and hours and hours of my time. Like, and it also gives me a headache. Like, I'm nervous about the format, about getting involved in that format. But I know that There's also like seriously, I would like get a headache on YouTube shorts. I have to like mind myself, but I will definitely, and I appreciate you being so kind and like, yeah, I appreciate it so much. I also know that there are like live chats in there. So in TikTok, like there's like conversations that are more long form. So I'm gonna look into that.
Oh, girl, they be
Those are
yapping all the
fun.
time, and
Those
you
are
would probably go off in there. Some of the stuff that people be talking
No, that's
about,
so
like
true too. And you wonder, it's like, are you for real? And they really are. They're very serious. Seriously,
that's where I heard the conversation about the getting flued out or whatever.
oh, that makes sense. That sounds about right.
Okay, I'm gonna be really, really messed up, but like I don't know. Insert transition here. We one of the things that also trips me out is that we often think that the girls that are getting flued out are living the high life. The stories I hear about what happens in Dubai, like you don't even want to talk to these dudes, man. These are
No.
not the, like no matter what bag you got, no matter how nice the first class is on that plane, some of the stuff that these men are asking you to do.
I mean,
are
yes, everybody has levels, and
disgusting.
I'm definitely going to side eye anybody that's like, oh yeah, I'll pay you tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and we literally just met each other like that. And
Yeah.
this is not to shit, but I'm saying like I think there are some lines to it where you're just like,
Like what I'm saying is that it's not no normal in out type of business. Like they're doing destiny.
no,
They're like
yeah,
on some
but
of these
when
girls.
I'm
Like
thinking
they're
about
like
flued out, I'm
yeah.
the way I was interacting with the conversation and thinking of the conversation, I was thinking of in terms of this is maybe your mutual and it's been your mutual for a while and y'all been in the DMs and like there's been a little flirtation or you know what I mean? Like maybe a date or two, whatever, maybe not, but still it's somebody you have a bit of a rapport with as opposed to somebody that just saw you and literally was like, I'm going to purchase you.
Yeah. I get that. Like what we're talking about, the Wizard Liz. Like, yeah.
Yeah, like
I was watching.
I'm interested in you, and they're coming off as if they're truly coming off as if they are interested in getting to know you and building something possibly with you. But I just happen to have enough money that we can do it here instead of at Chili's.
Right.
Girl, I mean, I get it. And to be fair, like I was supposed to like somebody invited me out to a men's appreciation event for Father's Day.
You were the second person to tell me something like that.
And I was just like, I mean, okay. I don't even want to like. I mean, I'm happy for them and for the good fathers out there. Shout out to y'all for the Father's Day, y'all.
Oh yeah, Father's Day.
Amen. All the above. But like, I'd much rather be home.
Father's Day. Would be so much mess.
I like the energy of having too much male energy. I can't handle it, especially like as political as I am. Like I can't shoot. I'm not going to talk to you about sports. I don't want to talk about any of the things. And like I can't roll the dice like that because I don't want to have small talk with you. That's fine. But night, y'all.
Yes, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you for coming up.
Oh, thank you
This
for
was a really good conversation. It went way better than I thought it would go.
Yay. I'm glad I stuck around. I was like, as you guys were like chatting, I was like, where can I fit in? But I found my space.
Oh. You did. You were really
good. Perfect. Please come up more. Like
okay.
I wanted to be able to like have more expansive conversations because it's kind of like this is meant to be a space for everybody to kind of unpack and then like, okay, this is coming out of my bag and oh, I needed that. And oh, you got this. Yeah, I need this. And we're like giving each other the things that we need to be able to like fortify ourselves and go on.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So it's not just me. It's not just me like feeling like, oh yes, you need to listen to me because of me.
I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just like, look, this is my perspective. But that's why when you came, I was asking you like, well, what do you think about this? Or what do you think about that? Because we do need to share. I think that's a big thing is we need to learn how to share more and there need to be more spaces or a space where we're talking to each other as opposed to just looking for somebody to be the guru. Because I think that's a big part of the problem, cultural problem too, is that a part of that not being a part of that lack of awareness and that infantilization of ourselves is, oh well, Shira told me to do it, or Wizard Liz told me to do it, or this person said I was doing it, I was just following this person, as opposed to being present, like I said, and going, okay, this is the landscape I'm dealing with. This is what I need to protect myself from. These are the tools I already have. These are the gaps that I see in my armor that I may need to fortify. That, you know, all of that.
Agreed.
Well, all right, girlies. I'm gonna go ahead and play this outro. I hope everyone has a wonderful evening. I hope everybody got something tasty and or nourishing to take with them for the rest of the week. Oh yes, and please, please, please utilize the community tab. If you're in the Discord, use the Discord. If you have things that you're thinking, looking at online or whatever, and you're wondering if I saw it or you want me to see it and you want me to talk about it, because sometimes I don't be knowing if y'all even care about any of the stuff I want to talk about. So that helped me a lot. If you just kind of tell me like what you've been seeing and what you would like me to talk about. So yeah, good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone. Have a good one. Thank you. Bye.